so.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
I appreciated your editorial opinion column.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thanks for all that.
And then
I was
the audio.
watching this from afar, but
Oh,
very
yeah.
live. I was actually.
Yeah, I can see it.
How's that?
This side.
That's all for the moment.
We're opening it up a little bit.
So it's gonna go
Yeah, but boy.
1, 2, 3, 4 is how we had them set up yesterday. Okay. So then, oh, I see. Okay, I was looking at it upside down. That's why it made no sense.
Candlelight the fall.
Mm-hmm. What do I check? What should I check these down to? Someone else is speaking. Like not clearly, don't have them up. I'll keep them like 3 or 4, just so if I have to turn them up.
Yeah, just use your ears to decide. There's way too much room noise. You know, turn down the mics that are not being used.
Okay.
But
You guys not need this chair?
I think we're gonna back that in here.
Okay, yeah. Judges coming through here pretty quick.
Sorry.
No, that's no problem.
If you get room for this.
If you can get any of that.
Better than me. I was looking for you the other day, but they said you're in some town and it should be with us. Yeah, I know. Cozy Inn, is that still up?
I mean, yeah, I can use it.
It's still there, but it's not called
You
that.
twist that
Oh,
screw
yeah?
all the way around and push
Yeah,
it
it's
in.
called the Classic.
So
It's like
good.
a fish on Friday night.
Yeah,
So
that's a good
Yeah.
feature.
Okay.
Yep.
You ever go to Boylan's Bar in Belleville?
I've never been to Belleville.
You know, that's not far away from your house.
I know, but I've never been there.
Yeah, we used to go to Boylan's Bar for fish fry on Friday night.
Okay. Wonder if they still do that.
I think, well, I don't know.
Or it's looking for a good fish fry.
Yeah. Call down there and find out. You do have a telephone, don't you?
Yeah, I broke down.
Did you?
19th century, 20th century.
I might need to put another one here.
So hopefully we pull a rabbit on that.
Should that be turned up to something?
Think so?
Since I'm gonna be working it from here.
Not giving up.
Well, you have more faith than I do.
Effective.
No?
Eventually.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We just don't want to be in the high ranges of
Keep
anything
your chin
because
up.
they never work well that way.
I think you're gonna have a full house.
Maybe more chairs?
All right. Good luck. Call me if you get any problems.
Morning.
Morning. Hey, how are you? I'm doing okay.
Should I also record it on the camera or no? I need to clearly record on the camera as well, right?
Oh yeah, you got to record it all because we're going to run it through the pod, put supers on it.
Okay, so that's just the live stream. Alright, so. Alright, awesome, thanks.
How was your trip?
Fascinating. You just get back to.
Our plan from Rome to Chicago.
Want to be warm.
anybody else have speaking slips? They're on the credenza out there. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because if he has no intention of returning, why would he be on the board?
Yeah, that one. You know, so.
Hi, John.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you, stranger.
You been traveling, Elsa?
Yes, actually, quite a bit. We were in Canada for a couple of weeks. We went to Nova Scotia.
I understand that's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. I had always wanted to go. And I got back and I was home for 2 nights. And got back in the car, drove to DC, spent the week in DC with my daughter. And then got back a couple days ago. So. How about you?
I'm staying at home. Going to Florida at the end of the month.
When? End of the
Yeah,
month?
not yet. Then I'm coming back for the judicial conference.
Yeah, I'm gonna go too. Are you going now to the judicial conference? No. No?
You're going to Florida? Whereabouts? Oh, good for you. How long have you been on?
We'll just be there until Thanksgiving, and we'll come back for Christmas, and we'll go back down in spring sometime.
So you'll be up here for winter, right? You guys kind of.
My wife needs a couple months of winter. That's what she tells me.
Mine needs
Welcome to the
Couple
Whitline
months without
Anytime
it.
Conference Center. Please enter your passcode, followed by the pound sign or hash key.
Is everybody else by phone? Judge Bartlett by phone?
Frank is supposed to be here,
Sorry, the passcode
but Bartland's under the weather.
4 9 2
Doing well?
5 2 is
So
incorrect.
he's gonna do
Please
what
try
he
again.
had planned to be. And Tim isn't,
If you are the moderator,
Tim
press
isn't, got
star.
serious help.
And
Please
is
enter
Tim
your
supposed to
moderator
be here?
code,
No.
followed by pound.
He's appearing by telephone.
Your call has been placed in conference. You are the first caller to join the conference. Please wait for further participants.
So, you don't have a quorum yet.
Well, in that case, I'm going to.
That's what you get for talking to me for 10 minutes beforehand.
Yeah, I always gotta remember.
Good morning.
Good morning, Volky here.
Morning, Judge Volkey. How are you?
Wonderful.
Good.
And Tom Morrow.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, well, everybody is here, not quite everybody in the room, so we'll get started under Judge Nichols' leadership in just a minute. What I want to do, I think, I want to move to order and give sort of review what's in the files. Review what's in the folders for them last week.
Oh, okay, sure. Before we put the box down.
Yeah. Morning, Judge. Good to see you.
You can get like a mouthpiece. Cover the whole- Okay. We'll call a meeting of the Government Accountability to order, and I'd ask the director if the appropriate meeting notice was provided.
It has been properly posted for open and closed session.
Okay.
Judge, and as you know, we have both Judge Volkey and Judge Barlin by telephone, and the remaining board members present here in Madison.
Right. And you wanted to take up one matter before we got to the public input here.
Well, I just wanted to make sure board members were familiar as we go through the agenda. In your red folders, you have a number of handouts, and copies should have been emailed to Judge Volkey and Judge Barlin, but today we received public comments from Andrea Kaminsky and Matt Rothschild for handouts, and I assume there'll be some from other speakers as well. Agenda item E has a handout which was emailed to board members, which is the analysis of the restructuring legislation. Similarly with agenda item F, there's an analysis by staff of the campaign finance legislation, and these are also available for members of the public out front. There's an addenda to agenda item H, which is a summary of comments on the ballot design that were received after materials were sent out. And finally, there's an addendum to item J, which was emailed out with the legislative summaries, which was something that it's the frequently asked questions document on appointment of poll workers that staff had prepared based on a series of questions we had received. Those are all available for the public as well, and board members should have received those. Copy of the biennial report is in your folder. You were emailed a copy last week, and Sherry has printed out the quarterly budget report as well. So that's what's additional materials that are available for your reference as we proceed through the meeting in open session.
Okay. Then we'll go to personal appearances. And, well, we want to do the minutes first, you're right. Thank you. We'll go to item C, which is the minutes of the last open session. Any comments? Appearing to be no comments. Or do you need a little more time? No? Then I'd entertain a motion.
I move we adopt the minutes from September 1, 2015 meeting.
That's Judge Frankie. The second?
I'll second the motion.
Judge Lumelis seconds the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are approved. Then we'll go to personal appearances.
Okay, we have 6 people who have provided appearance slips. We'll start with Matt Rothschild from the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign. Mr. Rothschild did email testimony to us, copies of which are in your materials already. And I believe Tony did email those to you, Judge Vokey and Judge Farley.
Yes, I received, they did. And Mr. Rothschild, I appreciate your comment.
Thank you. I'm Matt Rothschild. I'm the Executive Director of the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign, now celebrating its 20th year here in Wisconsin, advocating for clean and open government and for democracy in our great state. Dear distinguished board members, I wanted to take a moment or two of your time, first of all, to express my appreciation to you and to the loyal, conscientious, and diligent public servants who make up your staff for the extraordinary work you've all been doing these past 8 years. We at the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign have relied on the expertise of your staff time. Time and time again we've relied on it, and we've greatly appreciated their efficient, professional, and courteous manner. And while we've not always agreed with all the board's actions, we also recognize that the Government Accountability Board has been a model for the nation in overseeing ethics, lobbying, and campaign finance, as one of the leading scholars of good government in this country has noted. I also want to let you know how dismayed I am at the outrageous and wild attacks on the board and on its staff that you've had to endure over the past many months. In my 35 years here in Wisconsin, I've never seen anything as ugly as this. It's been a mean-spirited campaign of smears, lies, and the old trick of character assassination by means of guilt by association. I'm outraged in particular about the false and scurrilous attacks leveled against Director Kevin Kennedy. I have to say I admire his thick skin. I think even a rhinoceros would admire his thick skin. All of you are simply doing your jobs, and for that, you've been vilified. But upon this pile of lies, a sinister campaign has been waged to destroy not only your good names, but the entire structure of this board. The new legislation to break up the board and replace it with 2 commissions populated by partisans is a recipe for more corruption. It's a return to the very structure that allowed the caucus scandal to fester, and it's ironically modeled after the Federal Elections Commission, which has been immobilized because of its very own partisan makeup. Even the head of the FEC acknowledges that it is, and I'm quoting now, worse than dysfunctional. And it appalls me that they're totally doing away with your role as retired judges on the board. That's a direct insult to you and to all the good work and long hours you put in over many years to try to keep politics clean here in Wisconsin. Now a word or two about the recently introduced legislation that would destroy our campaign finance laws. Already politics has become a plaything of the millionaires and the billionaires, and now in Wisconsin, unfortunately, it will become even more so, and the potential for corruption would greatly increase as dark money threatens to drown our democracy under a tidal wave of dark money. And this idea that coordination between candidates and their campaigns, between candidates and outside groups is now legal under the statutes, is an open invitation for more corruption, and it renders meaningless any attempt to limit campaign contributions and to provide for adequate disclosure. One last note, an amendment to the bill would get rid of the requirement to list the employer of the donor who makes a direct contribution to a candidate. This amendment would make it extremely difficult for groups like ours and for the media and for the public at large to get a picture of who might be influencing our elected officials in order to get special favors. And so too, the piece in the legislation that would allow coordination with outside groups and allow unlimited donations to those outside groups that don't need to be disclosed would also make it impossible to figure out who is trying to influence and potentially corrupt our political system. Overall, with this bill, the citizens of Wisconsin will be reduced to mere spectators, and blindfolded spectators at that. We at the Wisconsin Democracy Campaign are gravely worried that our state's tradition of clean and open government is quickly going the way of the typewriter and the VCR. But that tradition is not a technological device, it is a treasure of democracy, a treasure that no one should rob us of. In closing, I'd like to reiterate our thanks to you for all that you and your staff have done to uphold this noble Wisconsin tradition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Mr. Rothschild, I just wish you'd been nicer to me on the soccer pitch where I developed my thick skin, but it's okay.
Well, I appreciate that. I've long since given up that. My knees won't allow it.
As have I. Next, we have Mary Ann Hanson representing herself.
Well, good morning to all. I have my usual handouts. Jonathan, do you mind?
I'm afraid I cannot hear.
She's just getting settled. She's got some handouts. We'll make sure a copy's emailed to the two of you.
Thank you. My name is Mary Ann Hanson. I'm here on behalf of myself. The handouts that I have, one of them is something I didn't anticipate dealing with this morning, but I'm very happy that we were able to include in your packet the questions that were raised by Debbie Moran to begin to get some clear directives for those of us
I
who...
still cannot hear.
Do I not have a microphone?
Oh, it's, they don't have a phone conference.
Ah. Oh, that's not counting against my time, right?
No.
It's not gonna, it's, here, I'm just gonna set it here. You gotta move that forward. Yeah, speak up just a little bit.
All right, how's that, Judge Folke?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, I have some comments I didn't intend to make this morning, but I am very happy that the directives regarding poll workers were included in your package. Those questions were raised by Debbie Moran, who, as I explained to Mike, is unfortunately unable to be here today, but they are questions that need definitive answers, particularly for those of us who are involved with our county parties as far as recruiting poll workers. So that's very much appreciated. However, I received a document last night by email from someone in Green Bay that is doing this, that is basically a authorization for release of records information, and it is basically a very involved. It's the second document. It is a document that poll workers apparently would be required to sign and to provide enormous amounts of information about their background, and then it says, but if this information is inadvertently or purposely released to someone, we accept no responsibility for this. Poll workers aren't applying for a full-time job. The only requirements to be a poll worker are that you be a qualified elector, you be able to read and write English, be capable of good understanding, are not a candidate being voted on at that election place that they serve, and for good cause, you may be dismissed. I think this is a very intimidating document. I would not like to see it used. It is unnecessary in the instance of poll workers who do basically what I would call occasional part-time work. I hope that some attention will be given to this, because I do think it will impact on the willingness of partisans to be poll workers, and our entire elections process is built on our being able to depend on our citizens and the partisans in our citizenship to work together to see that our elections are conducted according to statute. I hope that this type of document will not be used and will not become prevalent as far as what poll workers are hired to do. My other comments have to do with what is primarily the issue today, and that is the standards and additional information about e-poll books. The standards and additional information related to electronic poll books provided in this agenda are but a beginning. The research and discussion of this proposed change to a very important part of the election process has been limited to just a few GAB meetings. I still oppose the implementation of electronic poll books for the coming 2016-17 election year. If only a few municipalities experiment using electronic poll books during this 2-year cycle, Wisconsin no longer would have a uniform process of recording the required voter information prior to a voter receiving a ballot. Wisconsin Statute 6.791M clearly states that 2 election officials at each election ward shall be in charge of and maintain 2 separate identical poll lists. Electronic poll books apparently require only 1 poll book, but somehow two poll workers are to, with a coordinated action together, access the information stored in that electronic poll book. Why would there not then be two electronic poll books used by two workers for accuracy? It will require a change of the legislature to go to one poll worker using one poll book. The use of two identical paper books containing the names of all registered voters in Wisconsin is currently in the charge of two poll workers, ideally one from each of the two majority political parties working together. This has been an accepted uniform process for voters at a polling place to access a ballot in Wisconsin. The system allows for a wet required signature of each voter before the ballot is given, which is a far more accurate replica of an individual's signature. And it offers the opportunity throughout Election Day for those two legally responsible poll workers to audit, to recheck their duplicate books for accuracy. The cost to taxpayers of providing electronic poll books for each ward in Wisconsin has not even been mentioned, and it might be a considerable cost. Potentially, we would need two poll books for each ward. The unnecessary additional training for poll workers that must be given to make this major change in our procedure has not been discussed either. That will also cost money. The challenge for current poll workers to adjust to the use of a computerized ballot process system as opposed to the current manual process of locating the name and address of each voter in two identical poll books will place an extra burden on our poll workers, and the cost of that is additional stress during a busy election cycle. The use of two identical paper books for each ward has worked well in Wisconsin for many years. Two poll books provide a visible record of ballots cast in each ward at a polling place on election, and these two poll books are easily preserved for use during the canvass. There may be an interest on the part of some clerks to go to electronic, but there is no hue and cry from the voters for this change. The elections of 2016-17 are big elections, and turnout will be heavy. This is not the time for a pilot experimental program of how Wisconsin records the required voter information when ballots are being handed out at a polling place. Bless you, Kevin. Thank you. Any questions?
I appreciate that last comment.
I said it quieter.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Just one comment. Appreciate you. I'm not sure, we were just gotten the information about Green Bay's request, but just as a little background, because all clerks have to get certain information from poll workers because they have, because they get paid, and so they have to report that. So there is a requirement to gather some information like social security number, and there's always the concern to make sure that they are eligible to serve in the sense that they're not a convicted felon who has not been pardoned. So
This is a lot more information.
I agree.
I am a poll worker, so I understand what information I need to provide. But this is an extraordinary amount of information that basically has, in my opinion, very little to do with my job as a poll worker.
Oh, I understand that. I just wanted to
I hope
fight
it
those.
will not become something that is acceptable. I do believe it will intimidate and it will discourage people from wanting to share this, where it's clearly said, oops, if this gets out, we accept no responsibility for that. Well, you don't even need all that information about a poll worker. And again, if there are problems with a poll worker, there are procedures and language in the statutes that enable the clerk to deal with that. And that's as it should be. But this is when you're applying for a different type of job, apparently, in a municipality, and it is very, very intrusive.
And I think this is something we will discuss more during the agenda item on
Thank you.
appointment of election inspectors.
Thank you, and thank you for making that a priority issue right now, because our deadline is November 30th to get our poll worker recruits in, and it's very helpful to have that, the answers to Mrs. Lauren's questions on paper now. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Andrea Kaminsky from the League of Women Voters.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Andrea Kaminsky, Executive Director, League of Women Voters of Wisconsin. 8 short years ago, an almost unanimous bipartisan legislature responded to a real problem with an innovative solution, the Government Accountability Board. The League of Women Voters vehemently opposes the current proposal for restructuring the agency because it would replace a national model with a system that's known to be a failure. The GAB was created in response to the Legislative Caucus scandal, which sent leaders from both parties to prison on felony counts. The political appointees, whose job it was to oversee campaign finance and ethics laws, were more concerned with representing the interests of the partisan leaders who appointed them than in working together for the citizens of Wisconsin. It was so obvious the system was not working that in 2007, every state senator and 97 of the 99 assembly representatives voted to create the nonpartisan GAB, combining the functions of the former ethics and elections boards. Every current legislator of either party who was in office at that time, who is now still in office, voted in favor. A key element of the legislation creating the GAB was the provision of some sufficient funding for investigations, so the board does not have to seek funding from the legislature to investigate potential infractions of the law from which potentially may involve legislators. But perhaps the best attribute is the process by which you, the board members, are selected. As former judges, you're appointed through a process involving all 3 branches of government. These checks and balances minimize opportunities for cronyism. To say the GAB should look more like the Federal Elections Commission is preposterous. That dysfunctional agency is routinely deadlocked and the commissioners are barely able to do their job. We are headed into a major election year with a new voter ID law in effect. Now is not the time to scrap our model elections agency and replace it with a dysfunctional model. Instead of disbanding the GAB, lawmakers should be providing the GAB the funding necessary to accomplish the vision that the lawmakers had in the first place when they created the agency. So we thank you for all of your distinguished service to the people of Wisconsin.
Any questions?
Thank you very much.
One question, I'm trying to decide how to word it, but my question is, well, I've only been here a little over a year, and maybe don't deserve things for a longer period of time. Do you see some role for the board in this policy decision? This is the second talk we've heard about how wonderful we are, what a good model this is. It really isn't up to us to decide what the best model is. There may be a role for the board generally if someone cares what we think as a board or as individuals to speak to what ought to happen. But do you see some role or are you saying these things for a different audience?
Well, we realize that you do not have a decisional role in this, but we are supportive of the board, and so at least in the case of the League of Women Voters, that's why we're here. And it was a statement. So, thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Bob Spindell representing himself. And even though you're representing yourself, Bob, tell us a little bit about who you are.
Okay, sure will. Thank you. My name is Bob Spindell. For the last 15 years, I've been the City of Milwaukee Election Commissioner. I'm in my 4th term. The City of Milwaukee election commissioners, as you know, are appointed by the particular mayor that's in power at the time. Both Mayor Norquist and Mayor Barrett did appoint me. I'm also on the executive committee of the Republican Party of Wisconsin, and I'm also involved with the current program that the Republican Party of Wisconsin currently has in terms of the paid poll worker program. Again, as I indicated on the sheet, I am representing myself. I'm not representing the City of Milwaukee Election Commission nor the Republican Party of Wisconsin. I may be to an extent, but I have to say that. Anyway, this morning I'd like to ask the board to ask the staff to direct or to ask the county clerks to cooperate with us, the Republican Party of Wisconsin, in our program. We have a goal of trying to provide paid poll worker people, which are Republicans, to the various polling places throughout the state. Our volunteers spend a lot of time and effort in terms of doing that, and we'd like to ask the clerks to cooperate with the county party chairman, which is the responsibility to do that. As you may know, a list is submitted to the authority. It could be the mayor, city council, maybe a copy to the clerk, signed by the county chairman, of people that must be put forth. And last time and this time, as far as I know, the Democratic Party of Wisconsin is not participating in this program. We have had some clerks are good, but many have put every roadblock that we can possibly think of in front of us. I heard Mary Ann talk this morning, and I don't know if she passed out a copy of the City of Milwaukee, City of Green Bay authorization release records, which says for the sole purpose of conducting necessary background checks on potential candidates for the position of chief election inspector and inspectors. Some of these items would not be asked, or maybe might be asked, of candidates for the director of the CIA or FBI. They even go so far as saying records and recollections of attorneys at law or other counsels representing me or any other person in any case, criminal or civil, in which I presently have or have had an interest, any private or public social service agency, military records, all financial statements, records, things along this line. Does everybody have a copy of this?
Yes.
Okay.
We do. I don't know if we've gotten it yet to the board members on the phone, but we.
Okay.
Yeah, not.
Okay.
Okay, and there's a couple items on it as well. And I don't know if you have this, if you don't, the letter to election workers talking about this, and it says at the bottom of the paragraph, quote, other municipalities in Wisconsin have implemented or are in the process of implementing an application background check process. Now they go to an application, which is right here, and it says it's the election inspector application, City of Green Bay. And they want to know, have you ever been convicted of a crime, ordinance violation, traffic violation? So if I get go through a stop sign or is that a parking ticket, I must put that forth. And it says list all instances in which you were convicted of a crime, ordinance violation, traffic violations, and the like.
Mr. Swindell?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. We actually have a much shorter version of that. We don't have the example you've given.
Okay, well, let me
We have the authorization form, and then it's fairly straightforward questions about address, driver's license, former states of residence, and date of birth.
These are a little bit more information. And, you know, obviously, I do hire my job that I have, I do hire a large number of people, or not large, but a good number of people. And if I started asking for this information, I think I would probably have all sorts of lawsuits against me, because it is really very personal. And you get back to what is the requirement of an election inspector. One is, okay, we put forth the names, and two, I believe if you look at the statutes that they have to speak English, have to be able to follow directions, and also would be a member or a citizen of the county in which they're in. So by having something like this, by sending this to somebody, somebody will say, I'm just not going to do it. So again, my time is up, but I would really like to request that the board take action and ask these clerks to cooperate with us. A lot of them are not. They think it's a nuisance. They think it's they have their people that have been there for a while. Some are Democrats, and they want to do everything possible to hinder our program. Thank you.
Only one comment.
Yeah.
You mentioned talking to county clerks. It's the municipal.
I mean the municipal clerks.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to be clear for the audience so that they were aware.
Right.
I knew you knew what you were
I
talking
should
about.
know that.
Judge, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Mr. Spindell, just a couple questions. Well, first an observation. We have intervened in some specific cases. If people, or if the parties think they have an issue with the municipal clerk, we provided them the information and hopefully that resolves the problem. So we're always available to do that. I had a question about the information you give to your nominees. Do you advise them, make any statement about whether or not they have to be available for all elections in the election cycle? Is that something that is discussed with your nominees?
Yes, we provide, once they sign up, so to speak, we do provide a package and do provide training along that line. And I realize, being an election commissioner, how important it is that somebody that signs up for one of these elections shows up every time, because it's sort of like running a restaurant, you know, on election day and nobody shows up. It's a very serious situation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Kevin, the board members should, who are not here, should have those emailed to them now.
Okay. Thank you. Next we have Sarah Lipkes from the town of Middleton, representing the Wisconsin Municipal Clerks Association. Good to see you again, Sarah.
Good morning. I just wanted to touch base. In the town, we have poll workers who are very interested in electronic poll workers or poll books. We think it's going to enhance the accuracy. We spend an enormous amount of time making sure our poll books are reconciled several times throughout the day, finding those errors if there are any. It's going to improve, limit and lessen the time that our poll workers spend doing that, we're hoping. We're all human and we make human errors. It's also going to improve efficiency, not only for our poll workers, but also our staff time. We spend an enormous amount of time entering everything after the election is over with, and sometimes that can take weeks, if not months, to get all that data inputted. I think that, I know that Ms. Hanson had said earlier that this is just the first step. I think there's still some things in procedure-wise that would definitely need to be worked out and laws possibly to be changed. I think there definitely could be cost savings, just because I know right now 2 people need to have 2 identical poll books. Even though there's only 1 ebook, there might be still 2 poll workers, one possibly to check the ID and one to possibly enter the person in the electronic poll worker or in the electronic poll book, but there still could be cost efficiencies, even though you have the expense of the poll books itself. I think overtime, staff time especially, having all that inputted automatically. So I just wanted to make those comments.
Go ahead, Carol.
You believe that the electronic signature of a poll book is a reasonable facsimile of a real signature?
I believe that if you can sign your statement at a store, at a grocery store, and sign your name on those electronic pads, and that qualifies, why wouldn't this?
I don't believe it does.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Next, we have Diane Herman Brown from the city of Sun Prairie, also representing the Wisconsin Municipal Clerks Association. Welcome, Diane.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to say, or apologize, we were not able to make it to the hearing last week. So you did not see the clerks present at that meeting. Although we highly support GAB, we did not receive the notice of that hearing at the time. Many of us were out of town on extended weekend. This is one of our slower times, even though it's a busy time. We're in the process of doing budgets. We do 2 nights a week of budgets. We're there till 10:30 at night. So if I can take a Friday and a Monday off, I'm going to. I didn't find out about the hearing until late Monday afternoon, so our committee could not be there. We're very supportive of GAB. We always have been.
Too bad the hearing might have lasted a little longer.
I will say I tuned in. I watched it for the entire 12 hours. glutton for punishment, but I watched it the entire 12 hours. My granddaughters came to visit, and they left. I was like, that's all you got on TV, Nana? We're leaving. We appreciate over the last 8 years that the board has listened to the clerks. You have listened to our concerns and our issues and our problems. Elections have advanced over the last 8 years. Our integrity, our security, accuracy, trust, training, technology have all increased over the last 8 years. We know we're in the front lines. I've been around doing elections for 30 years. I've done over 90 elections, getting close to 100. I worked through the State Election Board Commission and the GAB. I just would ask that through this process, we made one transition from SEB to GAB, that we have a smooth transition. The timing of this happening next year in June is going to be very difficult. There'll be new legislation. We'll be asking for interpretation of that legislation. The demands on the clerk won't be easy. We're in the middle of board of review. We're in the middle of budget cycles through these elections, and these are going to be heavy elections. Our election turnout has increased over the last 10 years. So we'd ask for coordination with the clerks across the state through this transition to assist us in that. There were comments made last week at the hearing about clerks and serving on the new commission. I want to point out that municipal clerks are nonpartisan. We are not elected. There's very few municipal clerks across the state that are elected. There's only a small number. We're nonpartisan, we're impartial. We report directly to our residents. We go out to the grocery store and we will hear about elections. We will hear about everything that's wrong with the municipality and democracy and government in general. So we are the front lines to the elections. So there are comments made at the hearing last week that really made us look like we were pretty tainted, but it's like, no, not really. The other thing I would like to address is Sarah did cover e-poll books and the benefits of it. The clerks would like to endorse that. We did do a survey. Clerks are in favor of the e-poll books. There is efficiency, there is cost savings, there's accuracy, there will be security measures in place. I have 4 voting locations. I run about 250 poll workers. Thinking through this in the very beginning phases, I will probably still have 2 people on each book. One to assist the voters, instruct them, tell them what they have to do with the voter ID, and the other one to operate the machine or make sure things are working efficiently, helping the voter scan in. You're scanning in, you're going right to that voter. The voter's going to sign the plate for the electronic signature. And the cost savings comes in at the end is where we can download that information into our system, which is currently SVRS. That's not a manual system. It wouldn't be a manual system. It would be automatically downloaded. That would save us municipalities considerable amount of time. It can take a municipality like mine, we have 18,000 voters, anywhere from 2 to 3 months to enter all that data. When you have someone doing that day in, day out, during that amount of time, there are errors that are made. To have it done electronically would be a huge accuracy provision for us. So we would encourage exploring the e-poll books, and our poll workers are asking for this. Our voters think it does provide another level of security. I have asked voters about it, and they do feel it will provide more security. As Sarah said, we go to the store, we scan and swipe our cards. We have all the trust in that system, and we don't know who's behind the cash register, but we're putting all the information right there on the line. The other thing I would like to address that I know nothing about, I have not seen, is the information on the poll workers. This was the first we heard about the poll workers and the application process, so we have not seen that. But we're kind of talking back there a little bit. It is a concern. As I said, I have 250 poll workers on my big elections. About 80 to 90 of those are high school students. Am I doing background checks on my high school students? I got juvenile records. I mean, does that mean I don't get to use my high school students anymore? It's kind of a problem there, and a lot of questions opening up. And I know I will lose poll workers if they have to fill out a long, elaborate application process. I think there's a lot of changes coming in the next year with GAB leaving, with, or the structure leaving, and with the new election law changes, we got voter ID. To add this on top for the poll workers is just a little too much up and over for us. But I would ask that you not take action on the poll worker issue today. We would like time to review that and maybe bring some of our poll workers in and see how they feel about it. They are the front line of election day. We have all we can do sometimes to recruit poll workers. The polling place is democracy. It's not politics, it's democracy. And we really want to keep democracy in our polling places. So I'd ask for you to just pen that item until a later time so we can, more people can be involved in that discussion. And we will be available for questions. We're going to stick the whole endurance.
So, just to clarify, the concern, I'm sorry, the heavy Judge Frankie, that's raised is the poll worker process starts with the political parties to the extent that they get to make nominations that have to be submitted by November 30th. What we heard were the political parties saying they were concerned that municipal clerks were putting barriers up to their nomination process by asking for all this extensive background information. So the concern wasn't to impose more information, it was the fact that some municipal clerks are asking for a lot more background than the political parties think is necessary for that position. And because the parties are becoming more active, they've raised more questions about the process. And from our perspective, what we're trying to do is act as the go-between to explain the law says first the parties get to make nominations, and in many cases we know that they aren't made, and so clerks have a backlog of poll workers to work. And we've known sometimes, you know, based on Mike's questions, when the parties do make the nominations, maybe sometimes the people don't come with the same level of commitment to work at all 6 elections.
Sometimes they're dead.
Well,
Deceased
I've
people
seen-
are put on those lists.
Right, and so
We spent a lot of time thinking
I think the
about it.
important thing that, you know, we're trying to highlight with this is, one, to make sure the board knows the kind of questions we're wrestling with, which is why that frequently asked questions document is there. But also, the parties have a lot of questions that come up, and we are trying to make sure that clerks and parties know they have to work together in this process. You have a legitimate reason to ask for certain information, but it may not be the same depth of information that you might need for someone who's going to be a full-time municipal employee. And so it's trying to find that balance with that information. We've had in the past municipalities who've been embarrassed because they've had a convicted felon serving as a poll worker. And so the question is always, how far do you go with that background check? You know, obviously if the parties are making a nomination process, you expect them to do some screening on this. But, you know, the position of the board for years has been that because a poll worker is a public official under the Constitution, they cannot be a convicted felon unless they've been pardoned. That's so. That helps give you a perspective of what we're doing.
We had no information on what it was about or what the concern was or where the discussion or if something was being advocated or implied here that we would have more requirements on our poll workers. Gets a little scary. I mean, we start looking at the manual and we start seeing legislation coming through that's 110 pages long, and we're a little hyperventilating on things at this point in time.
Judge Frankie?
I don't know if Ms. Brown needs to speak to this, but I wanted to ask someone, starting with Kevin. Agenda item J has to do with guidance on appointment of election officials. I didn't see anything in there about this authorization for the lease process or background checks. Is
that just came to us from party representatives. You know, we were aware of it Thursday or Friday.
Thursday or Friday, we got a couple independent, separate inquiries about clerks that were using that, so.
Ms. Brown made it sound like there's something up for a decision today on this.
No.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to her, was that, you know, we were providing to the board, you know, this is the guidance we're getting because this is the time of year and we wanted board members to see this if they had any questions. And as a result, you know, we've had as you've heard from two representatives of political parties, well, to a certain extent, their experiences that they wanted to comment on about the challenges that the parties are facing. And what I was trying to clarify for Diane was that we're not looking to add any things, but now some wrinkles have been raised about what some municipal clerks are asking from the people who apply. Diane was saying, well, gee, we're just trying to keep people.
So the board would be providing clarification on the requirements and what an application could ask, or background checks.
I think that'll be part of what we'll end up discussing.
Like, so my concern is as well as with high school students. You're dealing with juvenile records and.
I don't think anybody's contemplating the board requiring any type of application. It's a matter of, we've been asked what is acceptable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our final personal appearance is from Scott McDonald, Dane County Clerk. Is that mean best for last?
Sorry?
Does that mean best for last?
I don't know. Just don't say you're my friend. Matt Rothschild is going to get it now. He plays soccer with you. So that'll open a new line of questioning for you. Got it. Well, first, I just want to say I did testify the other day saying that I thought the GAB staff and the board do an excellent job, and I know you guys can't do anything about, I don't think you have a role in what's going on across the street. So Judge Frankie, I think you're right about that. So, but still, I think it bears saying that the clerks really appreciate the professionalism, the response, and your willingness to be independent. So I just think it needs to be said. Power never likes to be checked, and that's what we're seeing now. So I wasn't going to say much. My point today was to say that I thought the ballot design was good, the shading was good. All of that, I looked at it over in detail, so that was my point today. But having been last, I do want to say a few things, for example, about the e-poll book. It's really important, and I heard some testimony earlier about how we can't change anything, everything needs to stay the same, it's worked great. Well, that boat sailed. The voter ID law is going to double the time it takes at the poll book. So when you come to get your slip to get your ballot, Waukesha had a special election and it was timed, and it takes twice as long now with checking the ID. Judge Freilich, I would say, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure my driver's license is an e-signature. So when you're checking the signature, it's an e-signature that you need to be looking at in part. So as long as the quality of the device is such that it can take a good signature in sort of how many bits it has, you know what I'm saying, like, so that it can draw a pretty good line. I think that would actually may match up better against the license. So we may need to do that for consistency purposes. But the e-poll book ability to swipe the driver's license and speed up that process at the poll book, I think we're going to need that to counteract the time voter ID is going to increase a voter's weight. So that's a concern I have, and I think why we really need to move forward. I don't know whether we'll be ready for the fall, but a year from now, but I know voter ID will be in place, and I know that the lines are going to really grow the next fall in particular. As far as the clerks and cooperating with the parties, I just always try to remind. I think Mike's response was correct in that if someone asks them, they provide information. Several of my municipal clerks have asked me about requests for poll workers' home contact address information, and they did not want to give that up. They feel like that will have a chilling effect, cause people not to want to be poll workers if their information is going to be available on some website or spread all over the state. I told them it's an open record, and that's my position on it. But I'm not my municipal clerk's boss, and you guys are not my boss. So there are, we always have to be careful of boundaries. When you're judges, you're not the DA's boss. It's like there has to be boundaries on these things, and and I think that's between the corporate council interpreting the law on something like that. But that to me is the chilling effect of that is a fact, but it's the law. So if I got a request like that, I would of course follow it. And they shouldn't ask separate, more detailed questions. But sorry, I wasn't as prepared for that because I just heard about that today. So I think I covered everything I wanted to cover. Thank you.
Any questions? You understand that in at least one state, the summary we got early on electronic poll books indicated that you could still have a signature separate from an electronic signature and have an electronic poll book.
Right, I don't think, I agree. I don't think that those are mutually exclusive. So I guess where I'm coming from is the e-poll books not only provide more accuracy, but they also allow the line to move quicker, and I just am worried about that. I don't know whether a wet signature versus an electronic signature affects that, so maybe that's a question as we move forward.
Yeah, I don't think that question's been resolved. I think Judge Furley's concerns have been noted. There's been discussion with the legislature, and that there are ways to integrate both into the process. So,
great, thank you very much.
One other comment is that when your clerks get questions about what they can release, they should be talking with their municipal attorneys, because there are some restrictions about what you can share in terms of employees and their background information. And it's really best to have them talking directly with municipal attorneys on that.
I agree. Thank you.
There was a final registration, so again, we are saving the best for last. Barbara Geckner, from the Village of Germantown, also with the Wisconsin Municipal Clerks Association.
Good morning. Thanks for allowing me to be final. I didn't mean to sneak that in at the last minute, but as things progressed, I decided it became more important for me to come up and speak. I am the second vice president for the Wisconsin Municipal Clerks and have been a member of the Election Communication Committee for a number of years as well, and have seen many of you here before. I do appreciate all the time that you have given us as municipal clerks. The board has, and the staff especially, have been very accommodating in hearing us out and trying to help understand where we're coming from on the front lines and trying to put into play the legislation as it gets passed and how to make it effective and how to make it the best possible use for the voters as well as the poll workers and keeping the elections fair and equal. And I do apologize too for not being able to be at the hearing last week. I do have a November 3rd special election for a referendum, and we are very busy at this time with budget and other work as well. Just could not make it over. One concern, and I do realize this body is not the voting body and the vote is done and everything, but the concern that I had with the reorganization of the board is coming to the ability to come to a consensus on various election issues which need very quick decisions, especially if this goes into effect June 30th of next year while we're preparing for the primary and then for the presidential election in November. Those are very critical times for us, and we all take the elections extremely serious as part of our job, and it's critical that we're able to train our poll workers up to date at the moment for the election as it's coming in. And there's so many tight timelines we're dealing with in smaller offices. I'm very blessed to have two very qualified and excellent deputy clerks to assist me in what I do. Many are just part-time clerks or alone in their office and don't have that assistance. So again, that's one of my biggest concerns. Thankfully, we'll still have many of the same staff to work with to help us through that. But I would just like everybody to remember and realize timing is difficult. On the e-poll books, as I've been listening, some of the things that have come to mind with that is what I envision, and I have not seen these demonstrated yet, but what I envision is the poll worker or the voter is going to approach the poll book table and they're going to show their ID. The poll worker is going to be scanning that ID for information. They're going to be signing a separate electronic pad with their signature, just as they would when they do a credit card charge. But the other thing is, you can file your taxes with the IRS, and I believe with the state as well, with a facsimile signature or an electronic signature. And to me, the signatures, and I just did this last week in faxing a deed and mortgage papers to an attorney in another area of the state with my written signature. No one saw me sign that paperwork. There's nothing to prove that it's me other than to look like my signature on other documents. With the voters standing right in front of the poll workers signing that electronic pad, it's just the same as them standing in front of them and signing the poll book physical paper, which actually takes more time and has to be organized. This signature will be downloaded immediately and into the system and can be verified. Just as the Dane County Clerk stated, as long as that technology is the most up-to-date and accurate when that signature comes through, will be extremely helpful. Because I do recognize if a person lifts that pen, it disconnects the continuation of their signature. I've recognized that when I've signed things. The banks are all using these as well now at their desks. So I think e-poll books, I think, are going to just increase accuracy for us, and to reiterate what Sarah and Diane said, it'll save us tremendous time in re-entering that information. The weeks and months and the extra staff we hire to go into getting everything into the system after an election is just exponential with the presidential election. Very time consuming, and while we're still doing the other duties. The poll worker application, which came up this morning, I haven't actually seen, so I don't know everything on it. I, in my office, treat poll workers just as I do other employees. They're going to be an employee on our books. They're going to get paid. We have them fill out a very brief application prior to actually hiring them, just to kind of get a background on why I don't ask all those personal questions, but I do ask, why you want to be a poll worker, what qualifies you in your background that might assist you better in working with citizens and voting. In conjunction with that, in the last year, I have also added a waiver for a background check. I hear that beep. So it's a basic waiver that we use for all employees, providing social security number, driver's license number, and it is witnessed. The signature has to be witnessed by somebody else. We do get that because I also require those on our committees, commission, and board members for the very fact of any criminal convictions, felony convictions, and such. So I treat those in the same way. I did want to add another thing. I do have concerns about poll workers leaving based on how much information is asked on there. Based on what I heard this morning, it sounds very much like one of our operator license applications in asking for driving convictions and things like that. So it's not too different in some applications we require in the office for other licenses and permits and or employee information. But our poll workers generally tend to be on the older side, and they get frustrated with a lot of this. So I do see that we will lose poll workers if they have to go through a 3-page application process that asks a great deal of personal information that they don't want intrusion on their private life. I recently have had a chief inspector, an alternate inspector, and quit because of the bureaucracy that has become involved in the election process. These are people who are party-signed people. However, when they work on election day, they feel their duties are extremely nonpartisan, and they just feel that the bureaucracy has interfered with their ability to do their jobs. And subsequently, I've asked 2 additional people who I thought would make good chief inspectors. None of them want that. They don't want the responsibility. I am having it. I have probably 125 people on my list of poll workers for 4 polling locations of between 13,000 and 14,000 voters in our population of just under 20,000. It's becoming very difficult to find poll workers. And when they see others quit because of these issues, they don't want to touch all the responsibility that comes with being a chief inspector, let alone some of them simply as a poll worker. I realize that you don't have control over that. You try to make the laws work as best possible for us, the voters and the poll workers. But those are some of the realities from the front lines. Thank you for allowing me to go over.
Any questions? Do you get nominations from the political parties? It seems like you said you do.
We do, and actually one of the parties submits to us a blank form that they want us to fill out with the workers, but instead what I provide is a list of who our poll workers are. They requested a list of strictly who the Republican poll workers were, and what I provided to them was the list they had provided to me 2 years previously that lists everybody as a Republican poll worker. But yes, I do get lists from both parties. And yes, we find people who are deceased, who do not want to work, are not willing to work all elections, can only work half days here and there. So you work around all of that, but you have to double check everyone on the list.
Your problems aren't unusual, because attending 2 clerks meetings, I hear the same thing.
Thank you.
I mentioned before that I wasn't sure what, if any, role the board as individuals or as a board should have in the larger policy decisions, but if there's any group of people that ought to be listened to in terms of what should happen, when should it happen, how should any transition occur, it seems to me it would be the clerks out in the trenches who do the day-to-day work on this stuff. So
I appreciate that, because we are the ones in the trenches, and we could bring our poll workers along with us if they'd be willing to spend the time. Would be helpful as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes the personal appearances. All right.
That's right. I have no more applications, so.
I think we'll go on and do items E and F, the review of the proposed agency restructuring legislation and the review of the proposed campaign finance legislation before we take a break.
Okay, thank you, Judge Nickel. Both of these items are presented for information purposes for board members, and I give you a chance, since we've immersed ourselves in the last week in this, if you have particular questions. The purpose of the memorandum, the first one prepared by me, the second one by John Becker and his staff, was to give board members and obviously people who follow the GAB sort of a plain language summary, to the extent a lawyer could write a plain language summary of the proposed legislation. I should note the bill was introduced the week before last. Between the time of its announcement and its introduction, there was some minor changes to what was proposed. There was an extensive hearing that went from 9 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon just on this piece of legislation last Tuesday. Last Thursday, an amendment was adopted, and I see late yesterday afternoon, another amendment has been added, which I have not had a chance to look at. But I picked up some news releases that talk about the fact that it deals more with budgetary items in the transition process. And board members can tell me how much, based on what you have, since you didn't get this till yesterday afternoon, you'd like me to cover. But basically, you know, what this proposed legislation does, and it's scheduled for a vote in the Assembly tomorrow. I don't know if it passes the Assembly when the Senate will take it up, but I assume within the next 2 weeks. The legislation creates an Elections Commission and an Ethics Commission, both consisting of 6 members. And the 4 legislative leaders make direct appointments for 4 of the positions on each commission. For the Elections Commission, the 4 legislative leaders, the Democrats submit a list of 3 names, and the Republicans submit a list of 3 names to the governor. The governor picks from those names. They have to be former people who are a former county or municipal clerk. The only partisanship there is that the nominations come from the party legislative leaders. On the Ethics Commission, it's the same thing, only there's no specific qualification for those 2 additional members. The Republican legislative leaders submit a list of at least 3 names, and the Democratic legislative leaders submit a list of at least 3 names. The governor picks 1 from each list to serve on the commission. Commissioners serve 5-year terms, subject to confirmation by the Senate. One of the things that's not clear in the transition, half of the new commission members from each commission, their terms expire on May 1st, 2019, and the other half presumably would be 2021, which would be 5 years after 2016, but that's not specifically clear. The commissioners have to meet at least 4 times a year, and one thing in the amendment was to conduct their meetings according to accepted parliamentary procedure. The chairperson of the commission is chosen by a two-thirds vote of the commission members and serves a 2-year term. Again, that went from 1 year to 2 year based on the amendment. From a transition standpoint, the first person chair will be selected by lot in the sense of if it's going to be a Democrat or Republican, that determination will be made. Next year, they'll pick one party or the other, and they'll select either a Democratic or a Republican chair, and then it'll rotate every 2 years after that. The commission selects an administrator to run the agency, and that administrator serves a 4-year term ending on July 1st of an odd-numbered year. Again, it's not clear from the transition if that's July 1st of 2019, that's 3 years, and it's July 1st of 2021, that would be 5 years, and the administrator serves a 4-year term. So there will be some transition issues there. Both the commissioners and the administrator can serve upon appointment, so there could be in theory some overlap between the transition between this board and the other board, which makes sense in that we had this with the creation of this board where the board members were appointed and confirmed and started meeting for the purpose of selecting their leadership prior to the actual transition on the board. So you could see some overlap there in terms of the transition. The other thing as far as staffing goes, all of the positions except my position transferred to the new commissions. All of the FTE positions as well as the incumbent positions transfer. Part of the big transition that we'll have this time is that the Secretary of the Department of Administration is required to develop an implementation plan, and the person in my position is required to participate in the development of that plan and also work with the new commissioners to ensure a transition between now and June 30th on those activities. But the Department of Administration's plan will not only divide up the assets and contracts and pending matters and rules as part of the plan, but will also determine which positions and which incumbents are split between which commissions. There are some other questions about this, though. It authorizes the new administrator to select an assistant administrator, presumably that's from existing staff, and also to designate someone to serve in each commission as the legal counsel. Again, there's two staff counsel positions in the agency. Presumably the transition plan will split those into 2 different agencies, and then the administrator would determine who serves in that particular position as staff counsel. But those are questions I think that get fleshed out a little bit with the details on the staffing. All employees, when they transition, have the same rights as if they would now for those that transfer to this. Same nonpartisan requirements apply as far as there's a specific provision that they be nonpartisan, specific restrictions on not making contributions to any state or local office while they're in that position, nor for any state or local partisan office for 12 months before they take the position, and they can not serve in a state or partisan office while they are employed in that position. That applies to all of them. The advice that they give, it seems to be pretty clear with some that the Elections Commission, all the advice will be public, although there's at least one provision where someone who's requesting advice can ask for a private or closed session discussion of that advice, but otherwise all of the Elections Commission advice, just as it is now, any request for advice has to be, is treated as public, both who asked for it, what they asked, and what the answer is. There is, in the ethics commission, the advice is, again, similar to what it is now. It's all confidential with requirements that it be redacted. There is a specific requirement that within 30 days of any formal advice being given, that be posted on the website in redacted form as it is now. Our standards are a little tighter than that. Internally, we require that it be posted within 2 weeks after that's done. At every meeting, the administrator is required to present to the commission any informal advice that was given for review by the commission, and the commission can decide whether to make that formal, whether to modify it or not. But again, that'll be something, how that works in practice will be need to be developed, but that's a specific new requirement that's different from what we have now in terms of that specific requirement. Investigations, there's not as much detail in this memo because nothing really changes, and quite frankly, it gets you a 5-page summary. I didn't feel like writing up what we do now, but I will supplement that with that description so that the public in this document does reflect this. The big changes, other than the process, are that the commission may only investigate civil violations based on a sworn complaint. Commissioner or an employee may not initiate any complaints, and an investigation may not be based solely on an anonymous complaint. And the commissioner is required to notify the subject of a complaint within 5 days of receipt of the complaint, and provide that subject with the opportunity to file a written demonstration of why no action should be taken. That opportunity has to be given to them within 15 days of them receiving notice that they were named in a complaint. The current restrictions about disclosure of information about the conduct of complaints stays the same as it is now. Same criminal penalties and the same statutory restrictions.
Which one of the agency does the investigation?
Both of them.
Both of them.
The investigation procedures are the same for both. The only thing is that practically speaking, there are very few election violations that result in civil penalties. And it does raise a question because currently with the legislature, it doesn't change this provision, but most election issues come up as a complaint against an election official for failure to comply with a particular statutory requirement or for abusing their discretion in making a decision, and that decision is reviewed by the board, and that's all been public. Under the current law, normally we just don't get involved in investigations of violations other than election officials conforming their conduct to law, because almost all the penalties are criminal in that area, and so they go to district attorneys. We do certain statutory provisions that result in referrals to DA, such as whenever we identify a double voter or a felon voter through the matching process. And SVRS, many times we have the clerk make those referrals rather than us, except for our felon audits. So even though the same investigation procedures are in place for the Elections Commission, they're not likely to be used simply because there's nothing that we would normally investigate that wouldn't just be given directly to the district attorney based on whatever evidence we have. So both commissions have the power for investigations and the same authority on that. There is a provision that says civil actions by the commissions are the sole means of enforcement of civil violations. Again, it raises an interesting question on the election side because of the separate statutory provision that we can order a local elected official to conform their conduct to law if they've been accused of either violating a particular statute or abusing their discretion in their decision making on that. But that's a new provision. It also raises a question, what's the role of DAs, since they've always had concurrent jurisdiction on civil violations? Can they not bring civil enforcement actions for any of these? Most of which would be ethics, lobbying, or campaign finance violations. There's a provision under current law that's been in place since 1980s where the board can delegate to the Director and General Counsel the authority to make certain decisions. All of that is now taken away, and those decisions have to be made by the Commission. So, for example, when you get a request not to appoint a poll worker, a clerk gets a nomination from a political party, and the clerk doesn't want to make that appointment, that's a decision that has been delegated to me for review. Or if someone is having a special election and wants to not use electronic voting equipment, that's a decision that's been delegated to me. Or the compliance review decisions I mentioned before that happen, and most board members, if you've served as chair or vice chair, have had to review those draft opinions and orders on that. And the board has set certain conditions on the delegation. For most of them, I have to consult with the board chair, and the board chair makes a decision, well, is this important enough for the whole board to weigh in or not? That delegation process is gone from this new legislation. Sticking with the investigations, the funding process has changed in the sense that currently this board has a sum sufficient funding for investigations. This is now modified that each commission may spend up to $25,000 on an investigation, presumably 10, 20, 30 investigations if it wanted to. If it doesn't exceed 25,000, there's a sum sufficient for that. If the commissions want to exceed 25,000, they make a request for additional funding from the Joint Committee on Finance. It's a passive review request, and the committee is entitled to see redacted records of the investigation to make sure it's making an informed decision. The passive review process basically works. If any of the 16 members has a concern, it goes to a full meeting of the commission. Otherwise, if no one objects, then the Secretary of the Department of Administration is authorized to release the requested additional funding. So it's a little bit different in the sense of there is still some sufficient, but it has a $25,000 cap before it gets reviewed. As I mentioned, as far as the records go, everything remains confidential as it is for current law, except for the elections matters, so it's pretty much the same as it is now. The commission is required to adopt written policies and procedures, and then to annually report those policies and procedures to the standing committees of the legislature. The commission is required now to submit an annual report. The biannual report that you just got will now become an annual report that's prepared that covers the fiscal year on this. I found 3 different sections where the board had permissive rulemaking authority that are now mandatory rulemaking. The administration of electronic voting equipment is a mandatory requirement. There's already rules in place for that. The development of settlement offer schedules, the board has declined not to put its settlement offer schedules in a rule. That will now become mandatory for the commissions. And it was permissive to have rules giving direction on how, when an attribution statement is not allowed on the types of small items like pens, pins, bumper stickers. That, instead of being a permissive rulemaking, will now be mandatory rulemaking that the Ethics Commission will have to look at. The administrator of the Elections Commission serves as the chief election officer of the state. That's important for lawsuit purposes and enforcement purposes, and for federal federal provisions. Under current statutes, the board decides which of its employees serves as the chief election officer. The Election Administration Council, which is group of municipal clerks with mandatory representation from the city and county of Milwaukee, which is supposed to give advice, which does give advice to the board on voting equipment, form design, ballot design, is eliminated. And I'm not quite sure how this plays out, but the ability of staff to certify records of the agency is eliminated. I think in practice, when you get into court, there's always a custodian that has to certify that, so it may not mean anything in practice, but that's always been a provision that's attached to, for the purpose of elections, because election records often need to be certified for various court proceedings. The people who end up on the Elections Commission, staff in it will be happy they no longer need to file a statement of economic interest other than the administrator and assistant administrator. Currently, all of us file that with the Ethics Commission. That will still be the same. The contract sunshine disclosure responsibilities, which are currently handled by our administrative staff, will go to the Ethics Commission. And then in terms of transition, the terms of Government Accountability Board members expire on June 30th of 2016. I think that means, Judge Freilich, you get an extra 2 months.
Like Tom Bartlett, just the extra year or 2 months.
Well, you know, Judge Bartlett's term has expired, but since no one has been appointed, he can continue to serve, and he has continued to serve. But as I read this, it means even though your term expires next May 1st, it'll actually go now to June 30th of next year.
Oh, by law.
Yeah. As I mentioned, all employees, with the exception of myself, transferred, and all positions, with the exception of my position, transferred. So we lose one full-time equivalent position among them. As a result, the commissions will be down one lawyer. And the Secretary of the Department of Administration has to have in place that implementation plan, again with my cooperation, and make the determinations on how to split up the current operations of the agency. The new commission is required to the extent practical within its respective responsibilities, implement the recommendations of the two LAB audit reports that were released last year and this year, and report that progress to the legislature no later than the end of 2016. And as I mentioned, the commissioners that are appointed can serve prior to Senate confirmation, as can the administrators serve prior to that confirmation. That's sort of an overview of what the legislation does. Again, the amendment that will be considered along with the legislation seems to deal more with funding, and I haven't totally looked at that for its implementation. I know there was an issue about, I didn't put this in the summary because I thought it was too much inside baseball. The current separate lobbying program revenue appropriation is merged with the existing program revenue appropriation for the Ethics Commission. And the amendment somehow deals with that, and I'm not sure what they're seeing. The important key, and John can chime in on this as well, is that any lobbying program revenue that's raised from lobbyists and principals can only be used to administer the lobbying program. And so there's an allocation of that funding to pay certain staff salaries and certain portions of rent. It's a bookkeeping issue more than anything else, but I'm not sure how they're dealing with that in terms of the appropriations, both with the amendment and in this current one, because I saw it very similar to what we do with federal funds. You have to have very clear documentation how you're allocating the funds to show that you're not spending any lobbying money for a purpose other than administration or enforcement of the lobby law. Similarly, like we do with our federal funds, can only be used to meet the provisions that that's authorized for. Happy to answer any questions from board members on this, and obviously we will keep you posted as things progress through the legislature on this.
Any questions? Okay, we'll go on to item F, review of proposed campaign finance legislation.
We received a copy of the bill a week ago Thursday, and there was a legislative hearing on Tuesday. And I really want to, which is 3 business days later, I really want to acknowledge the work that my staff put into helping me and the agency analyze this. Kyle Kunder, Rich Boringer, and Adam Harvell in particular worked really hard. We were able to appear before the hearing, to the legislative committee hearing on Tuesday with a number of issues that we pointed out, and I think almost all of them were addressed by the legislature in an amendment that was introduced several days after the hearing, because we saw some things that we didn't think the legislature had really intended to do, and they took all of those comments to heart. And I really want to thank staff again for their help in that. But now we've sort of had to reanalyze the bill with the amendments. So I've done a memo with staff's help. Kyle, by the way, is in the audience in the purplish shirt that Adam Harvell just dropped in. So we continue to analyze this because it's a totally new, the way the bill was drafted is it sort of totally replaces the old Chapter 11. So you can't go through the bill and pick out the changes the way you can in some legislation where it says we're amending this section or whatnot. So it's really having to wholesale compare a whole new statute with the old statute. So just some highlights of the changes beyond the general reorganization now of campaign finance. The bill doubles most contribution limits, which haven't been changed since 1978, 74. Eliminates some contribution limits altogether. It increases reporting thresholds that trigger the need to register. For PACs, it's 5,000. For referendum committees, 10,000. A major effect is that it eliminates all contribution limits to political parties and legislative campaign committees. Now, there had never been in the statutes of any limit on what an individual could give a party or a legislative campaign committee, but there had been a $10,000 aggregate limit. Well, that was struck down by the court. So this doesn't change the fact that that limit doesn't apply, because the court said you can't have an aggregate limit on someone's total giving in a year. And the legislature chose not to impose a limit specifically to a political party or legislative campaign committee. I'm not sure that that would withstand constitutional challenge anyway. There is a mistake in bullet point 5, the last sentence, where it says committees have never had limits. That is sort of true, but in fact, political parties could only accept up to $150,000 of total contributions from political committees, political action committees, and a political action committee could only give up to a $6,000 contribution to a political party, but those are gone. So there are really no limits on how much any committee or individual may give to a political party or legislative campaign committee. The bill eliminates the limits on a candidate's aggregate receipt of more than 45% of contributions from PACs, or 65% aggregate from both PACs and parties. But to a large extent, that just codifies the court decision in CRG Network, which struck down those caps. There's also no limits on receipts, not only from PACs, but no limits on receipts from political parties or legislative campaign committees. So in essence, you have unlimited contributions
to parties and legislative campaign committees and unlimited contributions from those two entities to campaigns. It requires registration and reporting by independent expenditure committees, and that's a new creation in the statute. And it requires that only if the major purpose is express advocacy. And by the way, the statute eliminates political purpose as a test or as a definition. And in fact, when a candidate receives funds, the current limitation of only expending those funds for political purpose is gone. You can't use those funds for a purely personal purpose, but beyond that, there are no limits on what you can do with campaign cash. Major purpose is defined as the organization specifies that it's its major, that express advocacy is its major purpose in its organizational documents, or registers with the board and tells the board that it's their major purpose, or it uses more than 50% or more than 50% of its spending on express advocacy in a 12-month period. And that was a change that we suggested, because without that objective test of spending funds, it became a purely voluntary requirement to register and report, because it depended on what you wanted to put in your organizational documents, or whether you wanted to register with the board. But the legislature addressed that and put in this objective test as well. Express advocacy, and so the key definition for requiring registration for independent expenditure committees and others is major purpose of express advocacy. And express advocacy is defined, really part of this is sort of adopted from the board's rule, and it basically defines express advocacy to mean communication that contains terms such as the following with reference to a clearly identified candidate, and that unambiguously relates to the election and defeat of that candidate. So to be express advocacy, it has to be one of these words or others similar, because the word is such as these words. But the definition does not incorporate from the board's rule the concept of functional equivalent. And that legislation, it's not that the legislation has done something, but what it has failed to do is address what seems to us to be one of the key issues in existence these days with respect to campaign finance, and that is to require any reporting of expenses for television ads, for example, that occur right near an election that seem to be to support or oppose a candidate, but don't use one of these words. And so the regulation by way of requiring reporting of how much you're spending or who's spending it for those types of ads, which I think are all in the public mind these days, the legislature has chosen not to impose any reporting for those expenditures. Currently, it's a murky area, and we don't. It's not that we have that now, and the legislature chose not to incorporate that. Political parties can now make independent expenditures through a separate segregated fund. Currently, they can make contributions but not independent expenditures, but that has been lifted. The bill amends the ethics code to permit elected officials to solicit donations using the status and procedure of their office for any nonprofit organization. And why that's in the campaign finance bill
is because, well, the concern was, my understanding is for some, a legislator or other elected official to raise money for the 501c4s and Chapter 527 organizations, where money, or this, super PAC type organizations, where that money is not a political contribution, and therefore the ethics code would say, if you're associated with that organization, if it's your organization, in other words, you can't solicit funds for it, because there's no, the only exception in the ethics code is for political contributions, and those aren't. So they've now, so this legislation would allow elected state officials to solicit for any charitable or any nonprofit organization with which they are associated. The reporting time for late contributions, these are contributions that come near an election, has been changed from 48 to 72 hours. Committees, other than candidate committees, only have to file a continuing report. And by the way, they've changed, continuing reports are now required 4 times a year, campaign finance reports, rather than twice a year. But they don't have to be filed by anyone who hasn't done anything in the last, in the reporting period. So if we don't receive a report from a committee, we'll either think they're late or they don't have to report, and it will be an administrative difficulty to figure that out. We'll just deal with it.
Does that include raising funds and spending money, or just spending money?
Either one, I believe.
Either one.
If they do either one, they would have to report, I believe, but I'm not positive of that. Am I right about that?
It depends on the
staff says-
candidate. If they're in the spring period and they're spending on a fall candidate, then they might not.
Then they might not there either.
You may need to repeat that for Judge Nicolau.
Oh, yeah, so my staff says that if you're raising money in the spring, but for the purpose presumably of spending it in the fall, you may or may not have to file a report.
In the spring.
In the spring, yeah, you would in the fall, but not in the spring. Currently, there's a prohibition on using campaign finance data that's displayed in our CFA system, using that for a commercial purpose or to solicit donations. That restriction has been removed. So those are the highlights. There's some other minor, what I consider minor changes that are detailed in this memo. We're going to refine this memo a little bit. I've already got some corrections because we continue to look at this and study it, and when we get to what I think is a final product, we'll get that out to the board as well. But we've had to pull this together in a relatively short time, and again, I think my staff has done just a great job in assisting in that. I think this covers all the major points.
And there's another minor detail, Don. The PAC still have a limit when contributing to party committees. It's gone from 6,000 to 12,000. It's doubled like the other.
Okay, so that was not eliminated. So PACs to parties is 12,000 rather than 6. Okay, so I was mistaken about that.
I'm unclear on the reporting of fundraising as opposed to expenditures.
Adam, do you want to come up here and give us your view on that?
Well, I think
You're gonna speak loud because you don't have a mic.
Okay. I think the issue was that every single reporting requirement begins with, are you supporting a candidate of a certain type? And so if you're fundraising and you haven't given to a candidate, I don't see where a reporting requirement kicks in yet.
And you see, currently, if you spend money for a candidate in an election, you have to file additional reports, a pre-primary and pre-election report. But continuing reports, which is currently the case every 6 months, regardless of activity, that requirement is eliminated. And it's unclear though if you're raising money in the spring and you don't spend it in the spring, presumably you don't have to file a continuing report, let alone a pre-primary or pre-election report.
I'm just trying to understand the structure. So a candidate could raise money for.
Doesn't apply to candidates, only to PACs.
But I thought that candidates could fundraise for charitable or other organizations, may solicit funds for them, so may raise funds for them, then the funds theoretically would be with this organization, and as long as there's no expenditure, there's no disclosure of how much money was raised, is that essentially what we're looking at?
Well, the organizations that might receive the money have no reporting requirements at all, unless they happen to be a political committee. So you could be raising it for the Boy Scouts of America. But the candidate always has to file a continuing report. So this exception for filing a continuing report does not apply to candidate committees. It would apply to a political action committee.
And possibly party committee.
Or possibly a party committee.
So what I'm getting at is if a candidate is raising money for a PAC or some other outfit like that, and the money is not yet spent, there's no disclosure requirement until there's an expenditure,
That would
correct?
appear to be the case, yes. Yes. Because the candidate's not receiving it, so has nothing to report on his or her report, and the recipient would not have to report until such time as they have expended some funds.
So this is, the coordination is out, right? Candidates raising money for the PAC.
Coordination is prohibited if it's for a coordination for express advocacy.
And that requires that there be more than 50%?
More than 50% of an organization or committee's expenditures are for express advocacy as that is defined. But any other type of coordination is permitted.
So unless it's over 50%, it's not express advocacy, no matter what, right? Am I tracking here?
Yes, unless the organization voluntarily chooses to describe themselves as having express advocacy as a major purpose, or files a registration with us saying that that express advocacy is a major purpose, the only trigger for that organization to file or report is that they spend more than 50% of their money in a calendar year on express advocacy. And then once that's, and that's what will trigger the registration requirement. And coordination of non-express advocacy is not prohibited. And that is not prohibited.
Issue advocacy is not.
That's right, and that's really what the Supreme Court recently said.
Right.
Wisconsin Supreme Court.
My observation is that the Gableman decision allows coordination, except for express advocacy.
Yes.
And if this law ever were to be changed to get back to express advocacy as it was prior to this proposed legislation, which we've been required to uphold and enforce, that would really be meaningless because of Gableman's decision.
Well, you know, we were not parties to that case, and so, you know, from a strictly legal standpoint, we could ignore it since we were not parties to it, but unless the composition of the Supreme Court changes, that would be the law, and so even if you had legislation that explicitly prohibited coordination for those types of ads, It's obviously would be challenged, and if it went to the Wisconsin Supreme Court, they would strike it down presumably, and then it could go to the US Supreme Court, which would have a different decision.
But the legislation that we're looking at here is, what shall I say, leaving aside the issue advocacy versus express advocacy distinction is benign or very generous with respect to the reporting requirements for expenditures on express advocacy, right?
Yes.
Beyond the Supreme Court's decision.
Yes, yes. You know, if you, setting aside what they chose not to address, it's not a bad bill. It recognizes the court decisions that have altered the landscape for campaign finance. And it increases contribution limits, which in my personal opinion is a good idea, because I think one sees that campaigns are getting further and further away from the control of candidates, and raising the amount of money an individual candidate can accept may be helpful in that regard. And given that we're talking about limits that are 40 years old, it makes some sense to do that. But what the real, I think, impact is that it really strengthens the role of the legislative campaign committees and the political parties, because it really basically no limits on how much they can receive from anyone or any committee, and no limits on how much they can give to candidates.
And no disclosure.
And limited disclosure, yeah.
Disclosure, there would be disclosure.
Well, that's the point that I think Judge Nickel is getting at, that I'm trying to understand. If it's a 50% standard, there could be a lot that never gets disclosed, right?
I should back up and say that major purpose test does not apply to the legislative campaign committees or to political parties. It applies to the independent expenditure committees. It did apply to PACs, but I believe they changed that in the amendment so that if a PAC actually gives contributions, is it subject to the major purpose test?
No, if it gives contributions.
Not if it gives contributions. The major purpose test does not apply to political parties or legislative campaign committees, so they will be reported.
They're covered no matter what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry for that confusion.
Okay.
And there's also a $5,000 threshold for not registration as an independent expenditure committee, but if you spend more than $5,000 on independent expenditures, express advocacy, then you have to report in a limited way. You don't have to register and report like a full committee.
Yes, and that's another addition, which is that even if it's not your major purpose, if you spend money of more than $5,000 on express advocacy, and you do that once, then you have to report on a limited basis. You have to report that expenditure, on whose behalf you spent it, what did you spend it on, what were the dates, and that sort of thing, without having to subject yourself to full reporting requirements or any regular reporting requirements. So that for express advocacy, even if you don't meet the major purpose test, if you spend money on express advocacy, there is limited reporting, and that's new.
Jonathan, what's your best understanding of the political track, the process that this bill is on? What's going to happen and how quickly might things happen?
This is going to be voted out of committee.
It's been voted out of committee.
Oh, did that happen already?
So it's on the floor on Wednesday.
There you go.
In the assembly.
Wednesday is tomorrow.
Yes.
So it's going to be voted on by the assembly tomorrow. Both, in fact, this bill and the restructuring bill will be voted on by the assembly tomorrow.
I don't think it was any secret that a bill was coming through at some point to restructure the Government Accountability Board, but was there similar notice that a major overhaul of the campaign financing law was going to be introduced?
We knew that they were working on it. We did not ever get a hint of what would be contained in it, and we had no idea as to the timing.
It seems to me that if the board is interested, we certainly have a potential role to play in terms of the enforcement problems that legislation like this may create. I don't know that anyone would listen to us on some of the larger policy choices, and to some extent, those have been made by recent court decisions. But is there time and room for input on some of the enforcement questions that you may want to raise if there's time to think them through?
Yes, there is, but I will tell you that on this issue of continuing reporting, I raised that issue. That was one of the issues I raised at the committee hearing and spoke afterwards to one of the legislative aides who's really been principally responsible for this. And that was one of my suggestions to eliminate, one of my suggestions was everyone should have to file continuing reports, and that was not included in the amendment. So whether it would go any further, if the board were to get behind it, I can't say. But that's
But there would be some time between the Assembly passing the bill and the Senate
yes,
passing the bill to talk to senators, and we decided to do so.
yeah, yes.
Whatever people think of what's happened in terms of trying to enforce campaign financing laws over the last 10 years or so, it seems to me pretty obvious that it's been difficult, and that incredibly difficult and divisive questions have arisen in terms of what the law meant, how it should be enforced, how it lines up against First Amendment protections. And it's mind-boggling to me that we would rush to get a new complicated law in place without careful deliberation about whether this law is going to present difficult enforcement problems and potential divisive problems that arise when you try to regulate the political process and you try to regulate conduct that goes to the heart of elections and our democratic, the exercise of our democracy. But if it's going to happen, it's going to happen, and there just hasn't been a lot of time. And maybe it isn't that complex. Maybe this all makes sense. But it seems to me that we have all these, we have some new entities that are created, and we have definitions for entities that existed before but weren't defined, or weren't defined the same way. And how those definitions play out in terms of what you can do and what these entities can do is something I certainly don't understand. If you had a chance to understand how all these entities are going to work and which entity can do what with another entity and how it's going to play out.
No, at one point they create the concept of separate segregated fund, and that term is used once in the statute. It's not defined. We have no idea what that is or what it's going to do yet.
The Independent Expenditure Committee is a new entity.
Yes.
And it seems to me that that's a really important new entity, but I'm not sure about that.
It's an entity that we tried to recognize and create through administrative rule because at one point, and so we sort of understand what it is, but I think that a lot of this is going to require more thinking and trying to put into practice. We're going to have to spend money to change our campaign finance information system to accommodate all of these changes. We don't have an estimate yet of the dollar amount there, do we? No, we have, but we've talked to our developers, so there's a lot of work that's going to have to be done.
The term functional equivalent originated in a particular case, I believe, but I'm...
Yes, which case was that?
World War.
Pardon me?
First world case.
First world case. US
And it's
Supreme
been
Court.
repeated in court cases since, but I've never seen any court try to define it.
No, I think that's right.
And this bill uses the phrase but does not define it.
Does not use a phrase. It was in the original version of the bill under express advocacy. It included functional equivalent, and that was removed.
Some of the testimony at the hearing from the attorney for Wisconsin Right to Life urged them to strike the language. Functional equivalent said that it was essentially dead language under the case law now, was the argument. To follow that, you had Randy Elf give sort of a mini lecture on his view of campaign finance law, in which the committee members listened to quite a bit. They gave him a long period of time. So he walked through his analysis. In his view, one of the things he urged them to do is to strike that language, saying that based on his reading of the cases, the term has no meaning anymore. And in fairness to his, I would suggest if you look at the very end of that 12 hours of testimony when Mr. Elf is talking, he at least does walk you through a very professorial type lecture on how to apply the most recent court cases in terms of what you can and cannot regulate. And it was based on that statement. He said, take out these 4 words, or it's a functional equivalent. And so that the amendment did that. And so there, his view.
It's out now?
It's out.
It's up. You know, and it's a policy choice. I mean, people would say, look, if it's not express advocacy, all of this is speech, and you have to respect free speech. And if it's express advocacy, we recognize that it's okay to at least require disclosure. But if it's not express, the difficulty in determining what should be regulated in terms of reporting, what should not, is a difficult one. Could the legislature have made a different choice and tried to go down that road? They could have. They chose not to.
And there is legislation that's going to be introduced by Democrats that appears to broaden regulation within some of the court cases.
And that proposal would probably talk about what's called electioneering communications, which are communications that are really broadcast on a mass basis within 60 days of an election, and which, I think to use the Supreme Court's latest terms, are not reasonably susceptible of any other interpretation, but as a call to vote for or against something. And the Supreme Court, who knows where they're at these days?
Washington.
Oh, Washington, thanks, so they haven't moved, okay, thanks. So it's a difficult area, and it's a moving landscape. And much of this legislation simply recognizes the impact that the court decisions have had. And I think the speaker would said in his comments that one of their goals was to, I think, increase the centrality of the political parties and the legislative campaign committees in the election process. Is that fair?
Yes.
If the 4 words were taken out, that is, or their functional equivalents, does that mean that express advocacy under the current bill is limited to those enumerated terms and nothing else?
Well, and such as.
But the word is such as, and really the functional equivalent was in our rule, it was never in the statute. But the Attorney General said that's a fair interpretation of the statute, that you could include functional equivalent. So I don't think there's any particular even legislative history here, because they started off, because they're not changing this from the statute, they're just changing it from the rule that we had written, and which is still in force in effect. If this board doesn't repeal it, then the next commission doesn't repeal it.
So the phrase such as means one of these terms or their functional equivalents.
Well, and it's interesting that
some court will make that decision, but yes, as of now, yes, I think that is correct.
Are there still criminal penalties for
intentional
violating,
yes,
for intentionally getting wrong what is or is not express advocacy?
Well, I think that, sure.
I beg the question that I have raised.
Yeah, that's right. Just as one example of functional equivalent that has been around for a long time is how you would treat a political communication that had a dump truck dumping out a named candidate for office, but nothing about what to do. Many people saw that as clearly express advocacy to get rid of or because the person would be dumped. But, so it's interesting where you draw the line on whether that would be subject to regulation or not. That was always seen under the functional equivalent test as express advocacy.
Probably wouldn't make such ads though.
Well, would it or not? Good question. It's a visual depiction of express advocacy.
Jonathan, I have a hypothetical to try and help me understand this. And I'm looking at coordination. Hypothetically, I'm gonna run for governor. I can go to one of the quote nonprofits, which does not do express advocacy, and I can raise money for that nonprofit. Can I not?
Yes.
Your answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay. Then once we get the money, I can talk to them and they can talk to me. Am I correct in terms of coordination? As long as it
As long as they're
isn't.
not doing express advocacy?
Yes.
Yes.
And so if in our talking, I suggest maybe you should run a poll to see if people like me or don't like me, or like my my opponent or don't like the opponent. That would be okay, even though it's coordinated?
Yes.
And if we got together, we could actually share employees. Your employee could be on their staff and be paid, but also could be on my staff and be paid.
Yes.
And then, in addition to that, I could have the group do a letter to all potential voters in my district or in my state, and we could talk about gun control and relate it to me or to my opponent, saying that you should not support or you should support this type of legislation.
Yes.
You've answered my questions. Anything else before we take a break finally?
Just one thing that when John summarized this, I think he left out one key summary, and that is it's a whole lot easier to read Chapter 11 under this proposal than it was under the current existing statutes.
I gave that some due at the beginning when I
Oh,
said
did you?
Yeah.
All right.
I reorganized it in a good way.
All right, I think that's a key thing, is it's much easier to read Chapter 11 if this legislation passes. The other thing I wanted to note is that when John, after John made his testimony, and the committee members were all effusive in their expression of appreciation for the clarity and helpfulness of the information that he provided to them. I think that reflected very well on John and the people who helped him prepare for that testimony, and it was even positively commented on by another person who came up after, thanking John for the quality of his testimony. So,
Andy Elwood, actually. There was one other change I should mention, because I know it's received a lot of attention. Currently, when you receive a contribution of over $100, you have to list not only the name, address, and occupation of the individual, but the employer. And the employer requirement has been eliminated. So you have to list someone's occupation, but not employer.
And it's 200, over 200 now.
And it's been raised.
raised from 100 to 200, yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll take 10 minutes.
So 11:15, Judge Boakey, Judge Barlin.
Hi.
Okay, we're gonna leave the phone on, so you may talk about you and you'll hear us.
Wonderful.
Okay.
back on the record, and we'll take up the next item on the agenda, which is the electronic poll book and proposed standards, am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is item G on the open session agenda, proposed e-poll book standards. As you recall, the board directed staff to come back at this meeting having developed some recommended standards for electronic poll books. David Berger's been leading this effort for over probably close to 2 years at this point. Jennifer Webb is also in the room and has been helping out with that, and so David's going to make this presentation.
Good morning. I'll start off by apologizing. I seem to have a bit of a cough today, so I'll try to avoid coughing directly at anyone or into the mic. So as Mike said, this is just following up from last meeting where the board asked us to come back with the testing and approval process as well as the standards for approval of electronic poll books. What staff did is we simply reviewed the original standards that we had prepared back in 2014. And some of those standards received some small revisions, while a couple standards or functionalities were removed because they were thought to be more optional, desired functionalities, but were not true requirements. But to start, I would just direct your attention to page 13, where we start talking about the testing and approval process. Just to reiterate, once again, our testing and approval process breaks down into 3 primary components, and it mirrors to a degree the voting equipment certification program, where there is first an application by a vendor within the electronic poll book system, where they are required to provide certain required information, and we detailed what we believe are the required elements in Appendix A, and that's on page 19 of the materials. So GAB staff will review the application. If the application is complete, we will then schedule a functional audit of the system where the vendor will come in and set up their system for examination by the staff, and we will conduct case study examinations of some various scenarios and test cases to ensure that it does meet our expectations and performs in accordance with statutory requirements. And then we have a third part to the test for systems that do have a telecommunications component. We would test that telecommunications component to ensure, again, that it operates as expected, and then also that all systems can integrate with the statewide voter registration system, WISVOTE, whatever it may be in a year from now, so that it can both communicate as far as getting data from that system and then uploading information back into that system. So there's a couple parts to the telecommunications test depending on the specifics of the system. In the paragraphs below the 3 enumerated steps to the testing and approval process, there are a couple additional parts to the testing and approval process that staff would recommend. First, that the board retain the discretion to field test a system in a test election, an actual election I should say, but before final certification and approval. We can supervise that test to ensure that the system operates as expected in the field, and we can provide a report back on any such field tests to the board. It is our anticipation that if any systems were brought in bulk at the beginning when standards are approved, that we would do one field test perhaps for all systems at the same time. And of course, just like voting equipment, we would also recommend that the municipality that is acquiring the system would conduct an acceptance test after they have acquired the system to make sure that it is the same system that was tested and approved by the board. Are there any questions on the proposed testing process? Otherwise, I can go into the standards. Okay. Our standards, as I indicated, are largely the same as they were in the last iteration that you may have seen. We require documentation from the vendor so that we can assess whether or not it meets our requirements. There are a number of general standards, minimum system requirements that we have enumerated. These are based on review of other states' requirements of electronic poll book systems, as well as our own formulation of what we would require of a system. In particular, we have data transfer, section 11 on page 14, or element 11, that are specific to how we see the system integrating with the SVRS system, soon to be the WISVOTE system. And in that standard, you'll see that it asks that there be a state-specified format for the data that would be both loaded onto the ePoll book as well as from the ePoll book back to the statewide voter registration system. And that file format has not been specified yet at this time and would require additional work from our IT staff to determine what exact format that would be. On page 15, we delve more into the actual functional requirements of a system that we would require. There are a number of things here that all ePoll books that we have looked at would be capable of. But just one item I wanted to call out, because I know it's been an issue for board members, is the idea of capture of signatures, item number 5 under required functionalities. AB 389, which I'll get to shortly when we talk about suggested legislative changes, does speak to the capture of signatures, and it says that the board may adopt a supplemental list for voters to sign, so a paper supplemental list with their name and address that they would have a signature space. That's a carryover from the old version of the statute, but it more specifically indicates that it's an option, that the board may adopt this supplemental list. So it gives the board the option to determine what the process will be for the use of electronic poll books if we want to have our requirements of a paper signature, a wet signature, or if we want to proceed with just an electronic signature. That is not something that needs to be determined at this point with the standards, except that our required functionalities say that we would require the system to have the ability to capture an electronic signature. Whether or not we choose to use that, statute gives us that discretion. The proposed statute, I'm sorry, yes, AB 389, of course, not final yet. Also, we retain, I'm on page 16 now, top of page 16, the same from electronic voting equipment into electronic poll books, that the board may, for good cause shown, exempt any electronic poll book system from strict compliance with the above standards, just to give us that flexibility if something should develop in the future. For example, one of the minimum system requirements is voting system isolation, that the system is not allowed to communicate with a voting system. But if at some point in the future there was a vendor who developed an integrated solution with a voting system, that may be something that we could revisit depending on what that integration is. But it just gives us that flexibility for the future. Also, if we adopt standards, the next step, and this is something that was originally proposed back in 2014, we have not entirely disregarded the option of developing an in-house electronic poll book system. And so once we have standards that are more finalized, we would recommend returning to the idea of developing a cost-benefit analysis and looking at whether or not an in-house solution that could be directly incorporated into the new statewide voter registration system may be more beneficial than a vendor-provided solution. We believe that this cost-benefit analysis is something that we would ask the board to direct us to do, and that's motion number 2 on page 18, and that we would not recommend that any applications for approval of an electronic poll book be final or be granted final approval until the board has had a chance to review that cost-benefit analysis, so that municipalities can have the benefit of seeing our analysis and seeing where the board may want to go in the future. We would also recommend a pilot program if any systems are introduced, and we choose to go ahead with testing of those systems. After the cost-benefit analysis, that a pilot of using these electronic poll books in the field in a real election on a limited basis would be beneficial before full implementation. Any questions on the standards?
Getting back to the data backup, is the idea that this would occur through the municipality or the local government units' computer systems as they presently exist, or would there be some special backup for poll books?
There would be no special backup that the state would be providing to these electronic poll books, at least at this time. I'm not aware of any system that does that. It would be a data backup at either the municipal level if they're in communication with the central server, or some sort of redundant backup on the system itself.
So at some level, there'd be a requirement that the data be backed up.
Correct, in case of a system failure.
I mean, basically what you're talking about is on the poll book itself, at the polling place, that you have a method of recovering whatever's already captured on that poll list in addition to just pulling it up.
Correct, so that we would never lose all the data collected on that poll book system.
Maybe the answer is obvious, but getting to this sort of 2 poll books versus 1 poll book issue, what was the historical reason for having 2 hard copy poll books?
I don't know that I can speak to the historical reason. I don't know if Kevin maybe has more perspective on that.
How old do you think I am?
More than me. But I know from review of other states' procedures that most states do not have a dual entry system where we require duplicate original poll books. Wisconsin is in the minority. I don't know the exact numbers of states on this, but also, again, AB 389, which has been introduced, not passed of course, does provide for a single electronic poll book in lieu of 2 inspectors maintaining duplicate original paper books. As some of the clerks indicated before, if they chose to adopt an electronic poll book system, they could continue to use 2 election inspectors at that poll book system, but they would not be required to under the language of AB 389 if that passes.
But under this proposal, there would be 1 electronic poll book, but it would have to be, it could only be changed with 2 people participating. Entries could only be made if 2 people are participating.
I don't believe we have a requirement for 2 officials.
Maybe Judge Frank is referring to page 17, one of the statutory, recommended statutory changes.
Oh, yes, the coordinated action note. So this is what has already been introduced under AB 389. It doesn't specifically require the coordinated action of 2 election inspectors. That's what we had proposed if we wanted to have a redundant check. So the language under 389, however, simply says that if you maintain the list electronically, which is to say you use an electronic poll book, you only need 1 election official maintaining it, not 2.
I've always assumed the purpose of the 2 poll books was to have some kind of check, but if the poll books, if a discrepancy is discovered between 2 poll books, what happens? Someone's got to figure out.
Obviously, the clerks have more experience with us than you.
It isn't intuitively obvious which one is right, so someone has to figure that out the same way they would if there was a problem with 1 poll.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Is there a problem with is there some unique problem with just having 1 electronic poll book? I'm not seeing it, but that was a question that was raised earlier. They were giving up something by going to 1.
I think what you could see is right now with partisan nomination of election inspectors, there would be a requirement under the law as it stands right now for for members of both parties, a Democrat and a Republican, to maintain the poll list because it's a job that requires 2 persons and therefore 1 from each party. If the poll book became an electronic poll book where only 1 person is required to maintain it, then potentially 1 party would be left out of that process.
Well, that's part of what I was getting at. It was part of the history of the 2 books. They have a Republican worker and a Democratic worker doing each book. So one was the Republican book and one was, or was that not what was going on?
I can't speak to it. I don't think Kevin.
Well, I think in practice there was always this sense you'd have 1 Democrat, 1 Republican overseeing each task. 2 sets of initials on the ballot, and when you're tallying the results, but also checking the people in. The other thing was everything was by paper for so long. It made a lot of sense because that was your only check and balance was your physical record.
So if one was destroyed,
so
flood or fire, something.
And 1 was kept at the municipal level, and 1 was sent to the county level if it was, if you had both elections taking place so that you had an independent record and so there's a reconciliation. So it was meant to provide a check and balance on this. I mean, what you get with electronic poll books is you can build in some of those checks and balances right there. I mean, the kind of errors that come up on poll books tend to be that one inspector writes number 1 next to one name and the person puts it next to their spouse or next to someone next to it, or they get, you know, that's usually where they're off. The other thing is that the poll books, you need to record certain data. Is it an absentee elector? Did they receive assistance? Were they challenged? That all supplements that information, and so it helps you go back and say, you know, when you're dealing with a challenge ballot and a recount, well, who was the voter that was challenged, or if there's some concern about someone abusing the assistance process, you have that notation. So there's a, but historically, it just made sense to have not only for the partisan check and balance, but the fact that physically that was the only way you could do that.
One of the advantages of electronic records is they're somewhat, if not very much easier to keep around. Where does the 22-month period come from, and is there any reason that couldn't or shouldn't be longer?
That comes from existing statute, which requires those physical paper copies to be kept for 22 months.
Not 24 months, but 22 months.
Yes, so not until the next time of that particular election, just 22 months. I believe that's based on federal.
Based on federal.
Yeah.
And that's to preserve the evidence in case of an investigation. They set it at 22 months on the 3rd. You're going to be into a new election cycle, and if you haven't wrapped it up then.
Time to move on.
David, my understanding is that some states have developed their own electronic poll books, am I correct?
That is correct. Our neighboring states of Iowa and Michigan, just in particular, we've examined their systems.
And they're functioning well?
Yes. Iowa is a very highly praised system by its users. It's maintained at the state level, but it was originally developed by a county, and then that code was essentially gifted to the state as long as it was maintained for those users.
Any other questions?
The only other item I wanted to address was just the suggested legislative changes. There were a couple of definitions that we were thinking of adding to the statutes to explicitly define what an electronic poll book and electronic poll list were. I would note that, again, AB 389 did make an addition to the duties of the Government Accountability Board, specifically enumerating that the board had a duty to facilitate the maintenance and creation of electronic poll books. So one of the questions that we had back when we were conducting the survey is how much of a priority it was for clerks, how much of a priority it was with the legislature. AB 389, with the majority sponsors, clearly seems like they have responded to feedback from their constituents and see a duty at the Government Accountability Board level to facilitate this process. We already talked about the change to a single election worker rather than 2 to maintain the poll books. I would just note that the reason we had asked for a coordinated action of 2 election inspectors to access the poll book, that's based on what we've seen in other states, and typically what that is limited to is the initial opening of the polls on the electronic poll list. So in order to access the poll list to start, you need 2 election officials, and if you have a partisan affiliation, both sides represented, it would be 1 Republican, 1 Democrat, for example, to turn on the poll book, and then you would have another required step at the end before you close out the election, where those 2 election officials would also close out the electronic poll book. So that's what we intended with that.
And that really, to a certain extent, shows that nobody's already been recorded as having voted, unless of course it incorporates reports over absentee ballots, and nobody's added after voting. Part of the reason why you'd have that process.
And then we just wanted to make sure that in 6.79 that if the lists were maintained electronically, that printed copies could be produced, that we wanted to make sure that that was a statutory requirement. And then also 7.23 is just that destruction of records. Again, just clarifying that electronic poll books, because they are in this format, much like our voting equipment, we have election results on a memory device within the voting equipment, that you could transfer the electronic poll list from whatever memory may be in the actual computer to some sort of hard storage, separate memory device or recording medium, and you could retain that for the 22 months. So a similar process to how we've worked with electronic voting equipment there.
David, I'm correct that the proposed legislative changes do not require the board to act like by January 1st, 2016, or?
No, there is no timeline in the Assembly bill for acting on electronic poll books.
So to the extent we would move forward, we'd be moving forward within the constraints of our current workload.
Yes.
Not under some deadline to get it done by a certain date.
Right now, that is correct. There is nothing in statute.
Or proposed.
Or in the draft. If there are any further questions, the motions again are on page 18. The first motion to adopt the standards and procedures for testing and approval. I think we would also want the board to add in that we would not accept any applications until after that cost-benefit analysis, which is motion number 2, has been returned to the board for your review. Number 2 being that cost-benefit analysis, and then motion number 3 is the legislative changes to be adopted into our agenda.
I would just add, maybe David had brought this up, but just as a reminder to the board, depending on the board's action, and even if the legislation passes, it still would be an option for clerks. This is not to say that electronic poll books are required. The proposed legislation just requires the board to facilitate the creation and maintenance of electronic poll books to be used if local clerks want to use them as an option.
Thank you, Mike. That really can't be repeated enough, is that these would be optional. They would be tools for election officials to use if they wished. And to get back to something that came up during public comment about the costs, we want to do a cost-benefit analysis, but obviously this is something that would be incurred at the local level. It would be a municipal cost or a county cost if they wanted to adopt a countywide system. And obviously each municipal and county clerk would have to look at their costs for data entry, for maintaining their paper system as it stands, and comparing that to the cost of the electronic system. We can't necessarily speak for every municipality. Some may have different costs or different preferences, and it's up to them to decide what's best for their municipality.
What's the, if we were to pass all of these proposed motions, what's the fastest you think that we could actually get to using electronic poll books?
Well, I think that's to a part of what priority level we want to assign to it.
Let me ask you, the law has to be changed first?
The law already allows the use of electronic poll books. AB 389 helps that process along by only requiring one election official to maintain the poll books instead of 2. But we could adopt electronic poll books and use them in the state as it stands with 2 election officials manning the electronic poll book.
Without any of these proposed revisions?
Correct. These are all helpful but not required.
The proposed law would go one step further in requiring that we facilitate the creation of electronic poll books. And so it would be a legislative directive. Right now it just says electronic poll books can be used upon the approval of the GAB. This goes one step further, and I think really gives the agency a directive to help in the development of electronic poll books.
So then,
I defer to Mike and Kevin, I'm
Or
sorry.
if the legislation isn't passed, then we have to have 2 electronic poll books, is that right?
Well, you could have one electronic poll book but manned by 2 individuals, or you could have multiple
You think that
electronic poll
would meet
books.
the statutory requirement?
I
Well,
believe so.
I imagine the law says you have to have 2 poll books now.
It states that 2 election officials are in charge of maintaining the lists. There's a couple different ways I've seen this could work. You could have 2 election officials, only one perhaps doing the typing on the electronic poll book, but they would both be supervising the process from that same computer. You could
Right
also
now, under the law, could we have 1 poll book?
No.
you would need to have 2 election officials.
I'm talking about poll
And it
lists.
says 2 separate poll lists and 6
So you could have 1 poll book now? No.
I
So if the
think,
law doesn't pass, you'd have to have 2 poll books, right? Electronic poll books.
Yes.
I would like to express some reservations about the recommended motion. I don't know if this is the right time to do it, or if I should wait until the motion is made, as I imagine it will be made.
Go ahead and make it.
I have expressed reservations in the past, and it's clear from everything that I have heard in the last few months that sooner or later, electronic poll books are going to come to the state. It seems to be the wave of the future, and a lot of the clerks have spoken in support of it. But I think that we need to prioritize where we put our efforts as an agency. I was concerned, for instance, about all that we have heard in the last few months about losses of staff because of what the GAB has been going through. We've lost a number of employees. I saw at page 54 of our material that the material states staff lost track of the expiration date of the emergency rule, partially due to the loss of staff counsel that was shepherding the promulgation of that rule. And I don't say that to criticize the staff. I know that the staff has been working incredibly hard, but this is an indication of the kind of workload that our staff has had. At the following pages, pages 56, 57, 58, there are a number of references to the staff beginning to draft administrative rules. It is one of the items that has been brought to our attention in the past that we haven't really been on top of, is bringing the administrative rules current. And so when I think about all of the work that the staff already has, I get concerned about a new endeavor of this magnitude. We are most likely going to have the legislature enact new legislation that will break this agency into 2 agencies and revamp campaign finance law. And I think one of the goals of this agency should be to focus on making that transition as sound as possible. And I think that's going to require time and effort on the part of our staff. We have a presidential election next year and a primary election in the spring. We will have an election, a Supreme Court election as well, right? So that there is a lot already on the plate. We will have the first major elections with the voter ID law in place. And even though I keep hearing that the electronic poll books are going to make things smoother and better, I remember when we first got the computer in the courtroom, it takes time sometimes to go from one page to the other, especially if the programs are new to people. And so those are reservations that I have about getting going now. Judge Frankie asked, well, what's the timetable here? You know, what kind of timetable are we on? And I didn't really hear a clear answer. I got kind of the feeling that nobody really knows. So I think that's a legitimate concern about not taking on anything that will make the job that we already have more difficult.
And Judge Lomas, maybe I can address some of the timing. I think we've tried to take this, our approach has been one step at a time, because we know the board has expressed some concerns in the past, and we don't know if the board is unanimously going to be on board with this, with proceeding. I think we've had some brief discussions about timing. We think a cost-benefit analysis, it's probably not realistic to say we could complete that for the December meeting. We're probably looking at the March meeting, to be honest. And so if you think about taking it a step at a time, we'd be looking at coming back to the board and saying, this is what we found from our further analysis, this is some more information you can base your decision on, and with a recommendation to go one way or the other, a vendor system or an in-house system. So that means then the board would need to make a decision at that point, and then we would, the next step would be a pilot program, which would involve a very limited number of municipalities. You know, we would have to sort out whether or not that's a wise thing or a feasible thing to do for the August election. Probably don't want to do that for the November election. So we may already be talking about not having anything in place until 2017. But in the meantime, there's work that would need to be done. And so if that gives you a little bit better sense, we haven't committed this, you know, to writing or anything like that. We've just been talking about, let's look forward to the next step. Let's not get ahead of the board. Let's get them the information and then go from there.
But you're envisioning, under that kind of an approach, this agency making a determination as to whether it would be a program that is purchased, right? Or a program that is developed by the state, correct?
For making that decision, right?
Making that decision.
Right.
And does that seem right, given that as of June 30th, most likely, assuming that the legislature goes forward, this agency will no longer exist?
Well, and I guess my response would be certainly by March, we will know whether or not there's going to be new agencies or not, whether this decision is completely within the hands of the board. And the board may say, let's put this off, let the commission decide. There certainly has been no indication that the board should stop its work in the meantime. And I don't think, you know, it would make sense for us to put off all decisions. We do need, you know, some lead time to get these things in motion. But at least by the March meeting, the board would have much more information. And maybe if there is a new commission, and, you know, the commission, if the board says, yeah, let's go ahead and plan for, let's think about development, plan for a pilot program, a new commission could certainly change or reverse that decision. Also, I would expect it would be impacted on whether or not the legislature has taken a stronger position on implementing electronic poll books.
And the commission could go the other way if the board chooses not to go forward, saying, why haven't you moved yet?
Mr. Kennedy, how are we doing on staff? Because when we talk about electronic poll books, I always hear, oh, we've got plenty of staff to do it. But when some things don't get done, we hear, well, staff's got a lot of work. And I get the sense that staff does have a lot of work.
Let's start with the fact that this is something that, you know, we saw coming and have been working in our overall plan, and so we've developed some internal expertise on this. And, you know, it was a pretty easy step to go from the work we had done already to making this presentation to the board. And I think, you know, I mean, this could come to a crashing halt if David Berger takes a job somewhere else and Jennifer Webb follows him out the door. That's always the case that we could run into. But internally, the people who would be focusing on this, you know, it would fit within their workload. Where, you know, our top priority from an election administration standpoint is completing the WISFO development, and that is involving the whole team, because it touches everything we do. You know, our voter registration system touches everything we do, and so, you know, David, Jennifer, and Diane and Marianne, who work more on the election administration and as opposed to the voter registration, are there because it has an impact on certification of candidates. But it is something we've looked at and we think we're prepared to do if an exodus continues for whatever reason. That always changes the priorities. I mean, it's changed our priorities on some of the legal things as a result.
And I guess I would say that's, I know you're only pointing out sort of one example with the administrative rules, but we wouldn't expect to have staff council involved in developing electronic poll books to to a deep extent. I've been here 7 years, and we've never really had a slow time since I've started here. Certainly, some years have been more busy than others, but you'll hear later on about, we'll have some discussion about some of our IT projects, and you know, that's sort of the job of management to prioritize and to delegate resources. As Kevin said, WISVOTE is our top priority now. After that, we'll be looking at focusing more on the My Vote Wisconsin 2.0 project. And so those things, you know, just have to be lined up to get one thing in place before we start the next thing and to sync those projects. So I don't think our staff believes it would be an impossible chore. There's certainly going to be challenges coming up, whether or not we have a new commission in the next year. But I guess we would be looking at that, all those issues as management decisions that we need to sort out when we deploy resources to what project.
If I could just add one thing too, from Sarah Witt, our functional lead for the WISVOTE project, indicated that in developing the new WISVOTE system, it would be helpful to know, to do that cost-benefit analysis of whether or not we wanted to build our own system, as we're still going through that process of upgrading the old system to the new, or transitioning from the old system to the new. So to that degree, it is beneficial to take the step at this time. If you delay the WISVOTE system may be more set, and it may be more difficult to go back and modify it later.
WISVOTE is SVRS, right?
Yes.
With a new name,
Correct.
and updated.
We like to say SVRS is WISVOTE.
Any further discussion?
But we don't have a motion, so.
I know
the
that.
question of
I'm
what the
waiting,
board
I'm
wants.
waiting for a motion. The motions are 3 motions on page 18 of the board material.
And the staff has asked that there be clarity if you proceed with the motions, so that we can communicate to vendors we're not taking applications until we've completed a cost-benefit analysis, if that's what the board directs. That wasn't very clearly spelled out, so David wanted to make sure that was.
Okay.
You don't want ESNS showing up tomorrow with, hey, sign off on our poll book.
Where is Judge Freilich, the concern that Judge Freilich has talked about with the signature? Frankly, the way we sign at a grocery store is, I mean, it's just totally ridiculous. If that's good enough, I mean, it's just like.
You should go to Hy-Vee's, because my signature at Hy-Vee looks
Do they-
like mine,
do they-
but not at the Dean Clinic, okay?
Oh, okay. So is that anywhere in here?
That's,
Oh, where, I'm
that's,
sorry.
well, actually, it's not here in the sense that is, we've talked about.
Well, it's here on page 15, part of your standards.
Well, it
I
says that
have
the
number
equipment
5.
has to be able to capture it, but it doesn't, we haven't made that decision because we're not at that.
No, but I can't support this motion as long as that's part of the outlook.
Someone raised the issue earlier about the signature on a driver's license, if that's what's going to be used by a lot of people as the voter ID. And I hadn't really looked at mine. It's the tiniest little signature. And I seem to recall, although I don't know for sure, that it may have been an electronic signature. Does anyone know? Is that the way the Department of Motor Vehicles is doing it?
They capture it on a signature pad now.
So I didn't sign something and it gets
I thought we
copied in,
signed
it's digital.
something, and then it was reduced and put into the, that's what I remember.
Now, in 2011, I signed a signature pad. Pretty much I remember doing that. It was 2011 when I did it. Mine. And I don't think we're precluded from requiring a wet signature from anything we're doing at this point, and the legislation is suggesting it's optional. And I think that that's still that is a concern, that we're looking for some additional legislative direction. So I don't think that this precludes that, because what we do going forward from this is simply, the standards there is to make sure that it has the capability of capturing electronically. It doesn't mean that that's how it's going to be, that's how it's going to be done, because I think that talking with the legislature about this, right now they're coming down with, well, we think we'll make it optional, is the way it's in the bill, but it's enough of a concern that they're still working through it, and I think Judge Freilich's concern is is still a factor on that, and there are other ways to make sure that we can capture that. I mean, the board could simply say, in addition to this, we're gonna capture the signature, you know, we're gonna capture the signature wet or on paper. And there are a number of ways to do that in addition to using the poll book. And as we've already talked about, under current law, we have to have 2 lists, which is probably, you know, if that doesn't change, I don't see a whole lot of, I don't see the city of Madison going with this and buying 100, 200 poll lists, 200 of these things, and they could get by with 100 otherwise.
I'm going to make a motion that the Government Accountability Board adopt the above standards and procedures for the testing and approval of electronic poll books.
I will second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
4-2. So the
Well,
motion-
actually, you just rule whether, well, actually, you need to know what 4-2, so. Are you comfortable
I'm
with
going
it?
to, I'll move motion number 2, that the GAB direct staff to conduct a cost-benefit analysis to evaluate the options of permitted municipalities to purchase electronic poll books provided by vendors or developing a state-level electronic poll book system in-house directly incorporated into the statewide voter registration system.
I would
kind of.
Okay, tonight, I'm sorry, I just wanted to say, Judge Nicola, are you clear that motion 1 passed on a 4-2 vote, or do you need to get a?
Let's do a roll call.
Okay, because you have to have 4 votes, and you get to make the call, so that's why, and I'm sorry if I got ahead of
I was
it.
going to say the same thing.
Read my lips.
All right, so we're back on motion number 1 for a roll call vote to document the totals. So I'm gonna start with Judge Freilich,
No.
Judge Lemalis,
No.
Judge Frankie,
Yes.
Judge Barlin,
Aye.
Judge Volkey,
Aye.
Judge Nickel.
Aye.
So the motion carried 4-2. Now, I believe we have in front of us, just for discussion purposes, motion number 2 by Judge Volkey, seconded by Judge Barlin.
That's correct.
Correct.
I wanted to ask one follow-up question on that, and maybe generate some more discussion, but if there's still time for more discussion, the question is whether this is something that's really going to be helpful to the municipalities that may have to make this choice, or can they do their own cost-benefit analysis? Is this something they have asked us to do, and would it be helpful, or are there better things that our staff could be doing?
I believe that it would be beneficial to those municipalities because the costs of using a state-developed system would most likely be lower than a vendor system. They would still have to do the same cost analysis I was talking about before of comparing what they have to do with their paper system to using our electronic system if we chose to develop one. But our cost-benefit analysis would be looking at whether or not our costs to develop a system versus their costs to acquire a system through a vendor, how do those costs weigh?
For example, if we develop a system, there's only one integration with WisVote. If we approve 5 poll books or 10 poll books, there are 10 integrations. And we should be in a position to say to the board in March, if you go ahead with this, it's better that we have developed the software that can be put onto iPads or smart tablets or whatever than to take this whole world of vendors where not only are we going to now have to integrate each one of those with SPRS, which we'll have to do, but we'll also have to go through a testing process with each one of them. Those are the kind of factors to make an informed decision, and it may be that the out-of-pocket costs, not only for us, but for the clerk, changes as a result, and that's what we're asking to be able to do as our next step, quite frankly, so that all election officials are making the most cost-practical decision. Because if we don't do that, I can guarantee you I'm going to hear 10 clerks saying, oh, the ES&S system, you know, cost me so much money, and if I'd gone with the other one, it would have been this, and why didn't you guys think about doing this? And so I think that's our next step, is we owe that to ourselves, because if we have to integrate more than one system with WISVOTE, that's gonna challenge. We have to test more than one system, that's a challenge. We should know what that cost is. That's why we've recommended that we do this as the next step. It delays, it means we're not gonna have this in place by January 1st, which we expected.
I've heard enough.
Okay.
Someone else has more questions, but there was a motion and a second, I believe.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, I did not hear in Judge Volke's first motion whether or not that included the provision about not accepting applications. If that was not in the first motion, probably be appropriate to include it in the second motion, that we would not accept applications from vendors until we completed the process of the cost-benefit analysis and having further direction from the board.
That could even be a standalone motion.
It could. I just didn't want to lose track of that because.
Okay. As to motion number 2, any further discussion? We'll take a roll call vote.
Okay, and so Judge Frankie,
Aye.
Judge Lemalis,
No.
Judge Fraley,
No.
sorry, Judge Barlin,
Aye.
Judge Volke,
Aye.
Judge Nickel.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
4-2.
You guys really do.
We don't really count, huh?
Well, I think you count, but.
Not really.
But you're on the losing end of the motion. I count votes too. All right, so that carries.
So we're down to motion 3, and
Fine, I'll make a motion that the GAB direct staff to incorporate the above recommended legislative changes into the board's legislative agenda and communicate those proposals to the legislature.
I'll second that motion.
any further discussion? Again, we'll take a roll call vote.
Judge Volke,
Aye.
Judge Barlin,
Aye.
Judge Freilich,
No.
Judge Lemalis,
No.
Judge Frankie,
Aye.
Judge Nickel.
Aye.
Motion carries. Just as indicated, staff wants some direction on how to communicate with vendors, where we're at in this process. We feel we should be empowered by the board to tell vendors we're not ready to take applications.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Moved and second, any further discussion?
And I take it until further authorization from the board. Is that the
That's
motion?
correct. That's the
No
motion.
applications will be processed by the staff until further authorization by the board.
However you want it.
Well, I want to make sure the record reflects it and the staff doesn't contradict me.
Moved and second, any further discussion? Again, let's do a roll call.
Judge Lemalis,
Aye.
Judge Fraley,
Aye.
Judge Frankie,
Aye.
Judge Volke,
Aye.
Judge Barlin,
Aye.
Judge Nickel.
Aye. Motion carries.
Motion carries 6-0.
Is food here? Food is here. We'll take a break for a half hour.
I'm just on lunch break.
This is a lunch break.
Lunch break, yeah.
We're talking 12:40. I'm going to leave the phone open. If you have my cell phone number, 608-712-8683. If you need me, if we're disconnected. Okay? All right, 12:40.
Can we leave our materials?
Presenter?
I am.
I hope so.
Diane has the unenviable task of trying to please every clerk candidate and stakeholder as far as ballot design. And she does a great job. She's going to go through some of the ballots that are in your board materials and the process we've used this year.
Thanks, Mike. So just, excuse me, in review, briefly, you probably remember last fall, we developed some formal design and approval processes to implement so that we could get some feedback from clerks, from other interested parties such as the Republican and Democratic parties, the legislative election committees, as well as municipal clerks, county clerks, ballot preparers, to get their input on ballot format. So at the December 2014 meeting, we let you see what we came up with for the spring elections in 2015. Since there were no fall elections, it was just for the spring election. And the standards that we had set out and you approved are found on page 21. If you want to review those, or if you already have, that's fine. So now it's time to create ballots for 2016. So proposed ballots have been prepared, and you can find them on pages 23 through 39. They appear in order of appearance. The spring primary is first, followed by the spring election and presidential preference vote, and then the partisan primary and the November general election. You will notice that I've kind of put in a mixture of ovals, arrow ballots, and then we also have hand count ballots for those communities that still use hand count paper ballots that have the squares on them. So there will be, for every ballot that you see there, there will be an oval and an arrow version of that ballot. Some special considerations that I'd like to draw your attention to had to do with the presidential preference vote, the spring election and presidential preference vote ballot, and the partisan primary ballot. First, I would call your attention to the partisan primary ballot. That can be found on page, let's see here, partisan primary ballot. 32. Yep, 32. And you'll notice, I just want to call your attention to the navigational cues that tell the person to continue voting at the top, and also the stop signs that alert a voter that they need to quit. That's for the party that they selected the party that they're going to vote in, and that's where it ends. And at the beginning of the next party, it also reminds them that, you know, if you vote in this party, you can't vote in any other party. People have a hard time with this concept at a partisan primary, that they can only vote in one party's primary. So we have tried to make this a little clearer. We've tried to clean up the language a little bit in the instructions so that it's more clear, more straightforward. The other issue, well, that wasn't an issue, that was actually a good thing. And I have to thank Scott McDonald for his passing okie dokie that he gave me earlier. That. Also, the presidential preference vote is also kind of challenging sometimes, just because it's a partisan election mixed with it's a nonpartisan election that has a partisan office on it. If you want to look at page 28, let's look at 26. We had to add a few extra little cues, little instructions to, and we called it special instructions for presidential preference vote. See, we have the general instructions, then we have a little, presidential preference vote information square there that just tells them that you can only vote in one party's primary, you can only vote once, and then how to vote, the special instructions for presidential preference vote. So those are all more information that we've added. Hopefully the voter reads it. We tried not to make it too long because people just don't read it if there's too many words there, but we thought it was important to let them know that in this particular office, it is a partisan primary, so you aren't going to need to vote in only one primary. There were, and in your folders, I don't think it was in your original packets, but in your folders.
Can I stop you for a minute, Diane?
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to change, but the two political parties have till December 1st to tell us that they're going to participate in this presidential preference vote. Is that correct?
You're going to ask me for that date. And
We sent
I
the
don't
letters out, and I can't
remember
remember what the deadline was, but
Yeah, and I
it's possible.
thought it's December, but I didn't think it was December 31st.
I said first.
Oh, I thought it was December 8th.
Okay.
It's the first part of December.
Okay. There is the possibility that, very unlikely, but there is the possibility that
Yes.
one or both of the parties could say, we're not going to use the presidential preference vote.
Correct. That is correct. And so then we'd have to change the construction of the ballot a little bit if that happened. As I started to say, there is a little addendum that's in your folder. And it is, it is the public comments regarding the 2016 ballot format. We did solicit, said, comments from interested parties. The comments that we did receive all came from clerks, nothing from the parties or from the legislative election committees. I didn't put all of the comments in here, mostly because we only got maybe 20, 25. And a lot of the, maybe 10 of the, 10 or so, maybe 15, I don't know, there were quite a few, surprisingly quite a few, of people just saying, and they were from, it was mostly from town clerks, smaller municipalities, and they were commenting that they preferred squares, don't go to ovals, don't go to arrows, things like that. And so I did reply to them and say, if you use hand count ballots, you can still have your squares. That's, we're not going back to anything. So a lot of it was just confusion about that. But I did put the substantive comments on here, and I made sure that all the good ones got on here. And I just bolded some of the ones that need a little attention from the board, maybe bear some discussion. The most important one is the one on page 2 from the La Crosse County Clerk. As I was saying, with the presidential preference vote combined with the spring election, as you were looking on page 26, you'll see that there's a party preference, choose a party primary. And on page 28, there's a version of the same ballot but without the party preference. It's just a vote for one. And the reason we did this, to show you the difference, is because Jenny Dankmeyer from La Crosse County wanted to know why the party preference has to be on there. It's just a vote for one. And this is the way we did do it in 2008 and 2012. There was no party preference. Simply instructed the voter to make a choice, vote once. We did get some complaints about, still overvoting, or should we say crossover voting, voting for more than one, and not understanding why they couldn't do that, but that's normal for a partisan primary. But we also received some comments, complaints from the different voting equipment companies because, and I'm not going to be real technical about this, in fact I couldn't be if I wanted to because I'm not that savvy about how all this works, but if they use the Unity, which is ES&S, or GEMS, which is Dominion's compilation software, meaning that they combine, that software combines the votes on a touch screen and the votes on the optical scan. In order to make it work, and be able to talk to each other so that they can be compiled. Since the DRE requires a voter to select a party preference first, the optical scan ballot has to operate the same way. And therefore, the optical scan ballot must have a party preference. Back in May of 2012, after we had this experience at the April election with the presidential preference not having a party selection, we told the board back then that we would remedy this by always having a party preference on a ballot, even if it was just one, like in the presidential preference, even if it was just one office that was being voted on, because otherwise you had some ballots in Wisconsin with a party preference and some without. Clerk Dankmeyer feels that this is a imposition or a burden on her. It will cause her to essentially have to pay for putting another office on the ballot. That preference is, or contest on the ballot, that preference is charged, I guess, when you have your ballots printed as another office. And that cost will be passed on to her municipalities. She also feels that it's confusing to voters, that all they need to do is pick one. You know, vote for one, that's all they should need to do. Staff's argument is that it's kind of a wash because there are pros and cons to both. If the ballot contains a party preference and an absentee voter would choose a party preference but vote in both parties, at least that choosing that party preference would preserve their selection made in the party that they prefer. Always at the polling place, if it bounces out as a crossover or an overvote, the voter is going to be able to have an opportunity to repair that. There is a risk that an in-person or an absentee voter could mistake the party preference for a straight party, and this is another thing that Clerk Dankmeyer mentioned, that people will look at it, she thinks people will look at it and think it's what we used to have, a straight party, that if you mark a party, then it's going to give candidates in that party a vote. If they only select a party preference and they don't vote for individual candidates, the machine is going to accept it as just an undervoted office, and there will be no warning to the voter. If the ballot...
What's an example of the ballot that would have this arguable problem?
Okay, the 26, page 26, has the party preference at the top of the second column. Yeah. And on page 28 is the one that just says, vote for one, you know, not, doesn't talk about. I'm sorry?
I was telling Judge Frank, it's in the lower left corner of page 28.
What happens if somebody doesn't put the party preference, but just votes for the candidate?
That's fine. They don't have to choose the party preference. But it protects the voter if they choose a party preference and then start voting all over the place.
Then it would knock out every vote, like if I choose a party and I pick up, say, the Republican Party, and then I end up voting for a Democrat, the Democratic vote would get tossed out and the Republican votes would be preserved. Is that essentially what it does for the voter?
Right. That's right. In the ballot that does not have the party preference, it's simply just vote for one, Ginny is right that there's no chance of a voter mistaking the party preference for a straight party. However, any absentee voter who crosses over will lose their vote if they don't, if they vote in more than one party. And that's, it kind of balances out. I think on balance, staff feels that preserving a crossover vote, if you can, is more important and more likely to occur than someone mistaking it for a straight party vote. I understand her concerns, and like I said, there are pros and cons to both, but I think that having the party preference is another insurance to the voter that we can kind of protect them from themselves sometimes.
Has there always been a choice between ballots like this where a clerk could pick between one that has the party choice and then you vote, as opposed to no party choice, you just vote?
No. I'm trying to remember past 2008, back farther, whether we had the party preference on there, and I kind of think we did, I didn't look. But in 2008 and in 2012, we just did it the way it is on page 28, with no party preference. And that was when we started getting the comments on how difficult it was to set up these ballots if you had this different type of software. When people would write in, they would sometimes, write in both places. Poll workers were having a hard time looking at it and trying to figure out what the person wanted to do.
Did we have enough experience so that we know whether clerks tend to favor one over the other, or?
Well, I think that I haven't heard any comments against having the party preference except for the La Crosse County clerk. That could be because they haven't looked at the ballot samples yet. It could be that they simply don't, either way, it's okay with them. The other thing is that for a partisan primary, you're always going to have that choice, that party preference choice on there. So it isn't like it's something that's unfamiliar. It appears on a partisan.
There have been multiple choices to make, multiple primaries within a party. There's always been that party choice. I mean,
yeah, if you look at the
August and September, it's always.
September is always like that, yeah. And that's what I was saying about, that's always a confusing ballot for people. We've always had the, you gotta vote in one party since early 1900s, but people don't understand that, and they tend to want to cross over and vote in different parties. So if you look at the party primary ballot on page 32, you'll see that choose a party primary, and that's the way it always is in the August primary, that you would choose. You don't have to choose your party, but if you stay in one party, vote only in that party, your votes are going to count. But if you don't choose a party preference and you vote in more than one, that's going to negate your ballot. Nothing's going to count if you haven't chosen a party preference and you've voted in more than one party. So I guess the question becomes, I've told you what staff feels is more beneficial, is to have the party preference. We're wondering if we can give Clerk Dankmeyer what she wants, which would mean that some ballots in Wisconsin would not have a party preference and some would. That's not a very uniform way to do it, I don't think. Or do we just say, that in deference to protecting the elector a little bit, we require a party preference on all ballots for the presidential preference vote. I guess that's a decision that we're going to have to get from the board.
Well, it seems as if we have the choice of the party, that would save, your main point on that score is that would save a lot of ballots because people tend to get this confused. And so it would keep a lot of ballots from being essentially tossed, right?
I think so, yes. I think it's more likely that people would do that, like I said, vote for more than one party, vote for more than one party, than it would be, as Ginny said, that they'd mistake for a straight party. That could happen, but I think it would be less likely.
Just to clarify, it's only that office.
Yeah, and it's only for that office, right?
The whole ballot
I should
would
have
be
been more
tossed.
clear about
just
that.
for that office.
I see.
Yeah, and you can see that nonpartisan offices begin at the top of the next column. So, it's only for this presidential preference. The others are nonpartisan, they're just vote for one. You don't have to worry about choosing a party.
But since people are going in to choose a candidate within a party, it's harder for me to see why they think they're voting a party ticket, since there's more than one Republican, theoretically, more than one Democrat, right? I mean,
At the moment there is.
Yeah, we don't know. We could have a string of them, or they could really, or we could have.
Well, we make
Only
this-
end up with one, is what you're
January
saying.
5th is when we
I see.
Yeah.
make the final decision.
When I was first doing this ballot, I thought, oh my gosh, are we gonna have a huge ballot? They're kind of dropping out now, so.
Okay.
Is it my understanding though, we can approve a ballot form, but it's not mandatory that the clerks follow?
It's hard to.
I thought we
Yeah,
ended up
it's hard to
saying it was
enforce.
mandatory, even though we may not be able to do anything about it. I
I
thought
mean,
that's the way the vote went.
We could, yes, we could say, you know, we think this is better, but there should be a party preference, and the clerk in La Crosse could say, no, I don't agree with that. I'm gonna do it the way I've always done it,
And what are we gonna do?
so.
Well, then we decide whether we want to bring an action to force it from former conduct along.
Hey, yeah, okay.
And even within that decision though, page 21, as Diane noted earlier, has the board's previous action where there were some elements that we said were required and some that the board preferred. And so if the clerk sends us a ballot and it doesn't comply with what's in the preferred, we would be, less likely to say you've got to change it because that's not a required element.
Well,
And of course, back when we were talking about this, back in, a year ago, we were only talking about nonpartisan ballots because that's all we had in the spring of 2015. We didn't have any partisan elections in the fall. So we didn't really talk about it.
Mr. Nickel, what do you think?
Well, I think we should go ahead with the recommended motion,
Okay, before we have a motion,
22.
there are a couple of other very minor suggestions that came in on page 3 from Rock County. And this is just a matter of cosmetics. But if you would look at page 29, for instance, what she is commenting on is the referendum question. And she feels that it should be set off with darker lines, which, that's fine, we can do that. And maybe it would be better, but then she also wondered if it should be a darker shading. I tend to think more shading obscures the question a little bit. But I could certainly see, putting bolder lines about it, maybe to set it off as a question. And the other question had to do, and this is on page 4, at the top of the page on that number 4 that's bolded. What she is suggesting is that on the November ballot, which is on page 36, under federal, where we're talking about voting for president, we call it a ticket, vote for candidates on one ticket. She feels that people don't know what a ticket is. Maybe we should just say vote for a pair. I have a little problem with the word pair or team just because candidates aren't required to run with a running mate. You could have a candidate just for president. So I hesitate to call it a team. So if you can have a better word for ticket, I'm all for it. But we've used ticket forever, not that that makes it the best choice of terminology, but
It is the term that's used in the vernacular. They always say the Democratic ticket, the Republican ticket.
Just-
It's not an unusual choice.
just bringing comments to life. And the other comment at the bottom of that page was, there was another ticket comment. She thought it should say party.
I guess if in number 1 under federal, we said vote for candidates on one party, it might suggest that you have to vote for one party throughout. That's the concern?
That's a concern, yes. Which is not true. But as Kevin says, that is, it is a, if you listen to the news, they talk about the Democratic ticket, the Republican ticket. It's not an unusual term, but apparently she feels that people may have a question about what a ticket is.
Well, I don't have particularly strong feelings about any of this, and I am announcing in advance, I intend to vote with the majority here. I
So if I'm gonna call your name first, I'm gonna roll call.
Judge Lamalis, whatever.
I think that all of, I mean, I have slight preferences one way or the other, but I
Okay.
I really appreciate all the work and effort that you have put into this. It clearly seems to have been a lot of detailed work going into making this look really good. I agree with you that if we make the shading darker, it will obscure the name of the candidates, so I'm fine with that. If you want to make the lines thicker, it sounded, or bolder,
Right.
when you're setting off the referendum. that-
And it might help to set off the question.
That would be
So
okay.
that's all right.
I guess I'm willing to buy into the presidential primary in order to save the, where are we on, page 26? The presidential preference in order to save the ballots of the people who cross over.
As being a uniform throughout the state.
Even though there's a concern on the uniformity issue, I tend to favor statement of uniformity, but we haven't really discussed that. Is there a strong feeling that everybody should be able to have whatever ballot they want?
Well, I think the driving factor in lacrosse is she's gotta pay a little bit more money to have that. And she doesn't need it for her voting equipment, whereas other counties do. And so she says, why should I have to pay extra money? Simply because some voters don't pay attention.
But as I understand it, if she disregards the format that we select, chances are she'll be able to do that, right?
Well, we'll come to the board and say, do you wanna do
Do we
anything
want
more?
to do anything? Yeah.
I think there are 2 or 3 options. One is to make it mandatory to have the presidential preference part in there. One is to say it's preferred and let her do it as she wishes. I think it would be helpful to be clear one way or the other, because once the ballot's printed, if somebody complains, it gets a little late for us to do anything
I
about
see.
it.
Well, so what is the recommended motion on
22.
Page 22? Oh,
Yeah,
the
and
board approves the attack, it's kind of skims over everything,
Well,
right?
this kind of came up late, about Jenny wanting, wondering why this had to be, so no, it's not part of the recommended motion.
Okay.
You may want a separate motion, or incorporate it somehow.
Well,
Jonathan?
That motion seems to me like it would include the alternative.
yeah,
You choose whatever you want to choose,
Yes.
all these ballots that we
yes,
need.
so I think what Ms. Lowe is asking for is a little bit more definition here, right? Well, I will move that we approve the proposed ballot design and make the presidential preference component of the ballot on page 26 a preferred ballot, but not a mandatory ballot.
I'll second that.
I want to raise a very minor point. I once heard a Democratic member of the Assembly go off on the fact that it's not the Democratic Party, it's the Democrat Party.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No. And I'm saying, this all says Democratic, which is how, in the vernacular, everyone believes that they're the Democratic Party. But I'm wondering, Kevin, is there an official name of that party?
They've told us, and it's Democratic.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what the party tells us.
Who's they?
Okay.
The Democratic Party of Wisconsin. That's-
Okay, I just wanted to make
All
sure.
right, I don't want to insult any party.
No.
He's talking about the way it's worded on the ballot.
Yeah.
It is,
Yeah, it's worded here Democratic.
I see, I thought it was what I had said.
No, I'm sorry, no, it had nothing to do
And
with
just
it.
because a legislator goes off on it on the floor doesn't mean the legislator's right.
When you Google Democrat Party of Wisconsin, it defaults to Democrat.
Is it right? Okay, oh, you've done that, okay. So this guy was wrong.
Well, it's
Well,
He may have been
Google
right.
thinks he's.
He may have had a reason why he said that, because historically Jeffersonians said that we are Democrats. But you know,
I just
I
heard
wasn't
him
there
go
then.
off on that not that long ago. so I-
Assuming this is the official website, it's very democratic.
All right.
yeah. I mean, if we got correspondence from the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, I'm sure we would have adjusted it. We've had to do that with some of the minors sometimes where we found ourselves caught up in, yeah.
But it says help Wisconsin Democrats win. It doesn't say help Wisconsin Democratics win.
But you'd say the same thing.
So there is a grammatical issue here.
Where's Judge Volkey when he kind of says, let's move this along?
There's a
Just
motion.
for clarification, as far as the optional part, are you, Judge O'Neill's only referring to the presidential preference?
Yeah, just to try and save that issue for the clerk in La Crosse.
It also applies, could apply to the state primaries.
The state primary?
No.
Isn't that-
No,
No
it's
option.
only there.
No option in the partisan primary.
This issue's only there, as I understand it.
Well, it has no significance.
You have to make that choice by state statute in the partisan primary.
Yes.
You don't have to make that. I mean, you have to have the ballot choice. You don't have to make it. The voter doesn't have to make it, but it has to be presented as an option in the partisan primary. And the legislature made that decision back in the 80s because of this very problem. They just didn't extend the requirement to the presidential preference. And so for us, it's a design issue.
Okay.
Did you second her motion?
Yes, I
You
did.
did.
Okay, any further discussion? You want a roll call vote? We'll do a roll call.
Judge Barlin?
Aye.
Judge Volkey?
Aye.
Judge Frankie?
Aye.
Judge Lemelis?
Aye.
Judge Braylick?
Aye.
And then,
Judge Nickel?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Ms. Lowe, you had said you were thinking about making a line bolder and keeping the gray as it is. Do you need any kind of vote on any of that? No? No, okay.
I think it's only if the board says, don't do that, because there will be this give and take with clerks.
Okay. Thank you.
I mentioned it only just to show you mostly the kind of comments that.
Do we want to take that in better?
That's up to Judge Nickel. As long as we have Diane up, we want to do the
Oh, okay.
poll worker one, then come back to the training.
So, this would be
Item J.
item J.
Okay.
Diane's also going to present on this. Before we leave the ballots, I do want to thank Diane, as Judge O'Neill said, there's a lot of detailed work. It does involve reaching out to a lot of people, some diplomacy, and how we incorporate suggestions. But as far as I know, this is the first time we've had ballots for the entire year signed off on and prepared at this early stage. So we're glad to have that project completed, and Diane did a lot of work on that. So I wanted
With my fingers to the bone.
Yes. So item J has to do with, we had some public comments on this earlier today, the appointment of election inspectors.
And just remember, there's an addendum, the frequently asked questions that we left out as Mike trusted me to review his materials.
So we're gonna skip over to J,
Yeah, page 48 to 52.
48 to 52.
Plus the addendum. That includes the frequently asked questions.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit. It's the season for the parties to provide lists, if they're going to do it, to the municipalities for, as poll worker nominations to represent that party. This is always done in an odd numbered year, at the end of an odd numbered year, and November 30th is the deadline for parties to submit those lists. There have been some concerns, and we are aware of it too, that for a long time parties weren't really doing this. They weren't really taking advantage of the opportunity to submit lists, to get their party representation at the polling place. So a lot of clerks have just recently been indoctrinated with this. We've always talked about it when we trained, but I think a lot of them kind of went over their head because they never got lists. And so they were always just, the people that they always used, and they weren't familiar or with getting those lists. As the parties have become more diligent in trying to get lists to the parties, more and more have, been accepting of it. There are always going to be the ones that either still, it's the first time they got a list, they don't know what to do with it because it's just kind of gone past them because it never affected them before. We do know that they're either because they don't understand the law, it's new, or because they're just a little bit recalcitrant about interrupting what they think is the norm. They have their poll workers they're familiar with that do a good job, feel, and they don't want to give them up. They can be a little bit pushed back when they get the names. We've tried to put out information like the memo we did on September 15th that's in your packet. We put on the website talking about, and I tried to, when I wrote the memo, I tried to impress upon them, and you can see at the bottom of that page, kind of in black, it says your list of current inspectors is an open record and subject to open record law. Unless your party's current inspectors were appointed from party lists, the response to the question of party affiliation is unaffiliated because a lot of the parties have, and I think someone mentioned it before earlier, they, rather than send a list right away, they want the municipal clerk to provide the names of their current poll workers so that they can kind of vet them and decide if it's somebody that they want to put on a list for their, as a nominee from their party. The poll worker, the clerks that haven't dealt with this before start asking their poll workers what party they represent, because they think that's what they're supposed to do, or they give these, this kind of a false label to their current poll workers. I tried to make it clear to them that, what is it? That at the end of the term, which we're coming up on, it's a clean slate. Because a lot of them say, well, I already have all my poll workers. I don't need any more. And I tried to impress upon them that it's a clean slate. You don't have any at the end of the year. You're going to appoint new ones. And if you have lists, you have to take from the lists first. Some of them understand that. Some of them tend to not, or maybe don't want to. But we have been talking about this when we go to municipal clerk conferences. We'll be talking about it when we talk to the Towns Association on the 27th. We are trying to impress upon the clerks the requirement to use the lists if they get them. As Mike mentioned, we did also get quite a few questions from, I believe it was Deborah Moran, which is the FAQ document in your folder, and we have answered that and provided that to Ms. Moran. And are we going to post this?
Yeah,
Did we post it?
We did post it.
We posted it? Okay, and it's posted on the website too, so it answers some of those more detailed questions about the process. And Mike, did you want to talk more about that?
Yeah, I think the last item we should touch on came up this morning regarding specifically the City of Green Bay's application process, which a couple of speakers mentioned. We got separate emails late last week regarding Green Bay and Wausau using an application process. I think one or two of the clerks mentioned that they might do that as well. And the questions really come up is, do some of these application requirements go too far in what they request the nominees to provide? There are requirements in the statutes about what an election inspector needs to be qualified to do, such as reading, writing English, and so forth. And the contention is that these applications might be either screening out people unnecessarily or maybe discouraging people from applying, and we have a difficult enough time getting enough, or most clerks have a difficult enough time getting enough election inspectors. We haven't really had time to fully analyze this. I think there's a couple of things that we need to keep in mind. I don't think there may not be an easy black and white answer. It does involve employment law. Employers generally are not to discriminate in job decisions, for instance, because of a prior conviction, unless it's substantially related to their duties. I do know that one of the reasons that Green Bay, I think, went to a more detailed process is because, I believe in 2014, they had an election inspector that I think if they had done a more thorough background check, they may not have appointed. And this individual created a lot of havoc at the polls when he was working there. They eventually told him that he was done for the day. He tied up the city clerk's office, county clerk's office, and our office for a pretty substantial period of time. And as patient as we tried to be in dealing with folks, I eventually told our staff not to answer any more phone calls from him because it was really a very unproductive waste of time to pick up the phone when he was on the other end of the line. So I suspect that that's part of what led the city to adopt this process. And in addition to the fact that it's maybe a little bit out of our substantive jurisdiction, it's a partly municipal decision who they hire, and I think we have to be careful about how definite we can make our guidance and directions on this. And so I don't think, we welcome any feedback the board has, but we have not really had the time to sit down, and we didn't even have, I don't think, the complete application that Mr. Spindell gave us this morning. We haven't had a chance to sit down and decide if these go too far or what type of guidance we want to provide to clerks. But that is an issue that is apparently out there in at least a couple of municipalities. And other clerks apparently use an application process, but maybe not to the degree that we see in front of us.
Do we have any clear authority to order one way or another on this kind of authorization of the background check?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, we have general authority to administer specific chapters in the statutes, and there's this catch-all, other election laws, and this relates to hiring election officials. So, there may be some basis for us to provide some guidance, although I'm not sure that it would be, it might be more sort of best practices versus mandatory directives.
There seems to be a disconnect between the problem of hiring someone that you might not have hired if you'd done a more thorough background check, and this authorization for the release of records.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to talk to the city clerk or the municipal attorney to see really what's behind this and what their thinking is. So I really hesitate to make a judgment one way or the other. But yeah, on the face of it, it seems to be requesting more records than would be necessary to make a decision about appointing an election inspector.
But that seems, it does. It's trying to be diplomatic.
Yeah.
It would help if clerks are doing this because they don't want to have to explain why they didn't do it, if there's some help that could be provided in terms of reasonable guidance and something they can point to say you don't have to do this. And when I said disconnect, I was thinking more of the consent to have it be made public as opposed to authorizing the clerk to get the information in the first place.
I think I heard one clerk say this reminded them of maybe some information they would ask for if they're issuing alcohol licenses, and maybe that's where it came from. Maybe it was that form was handy and that's what they've incorporated.
I think the ordinance violations, the traffic violations, to request that and then make people say that they did it completely, people forget parking tickets. This is, know, it would seem that we should be able at least to provide guidance as to what the statute does not, that the statute doesn't require any of this.
Oh, sure.
Right?
I think that's pretty clear. It doesn't, it's not required.
And I didn't see the form. Is that just a form that's filled out by a prospective inspector?
It says
It's not a
Yeah, they
standard
tailored it to that.
form?
It says
Okay.
election inspector application for the city of Green Bay. And it specifically says ordinance violations, traffic violations, and the like.
Pretty general.
Such as?
Functional equivalent.
Functional equivalent. Impure thoughts, didn't floss like Pete, you know, yeah, who knows what else.
I think that's an excellent starting point. It could be, it's a starting
I
point
think
to.
what we're looking for is, does the board want to give us any additional direction? Because you've heard the concerns that the parties had, that this was going to discourage applicants. And normally we would be proceeding as Mike is suggesting, which is, you know, talking with them and saying, you don't really need this information, that's not statutorily required. You know, it'd be more conversational than anything else.
Well, doesn't the statute overcome that? When it says you're to appoint from the list submitted by the Democratic and Republican Party.
Well, but I think as Kevin mentioned earlier, it also, if you have a felony conviction, then you're not qualified.
But the statute
to hold.
says that, does it?
By virtue of this office being an office of public trust, yes, and to be clear, I mean, the board issued I don't know if it was a formal or informal opinion in 2008, 2007, stating that even if you were completed with your criminal sentence and on probation, that you were not eligible to serve as an election inspector.
But you have guidance now. I think you stated that you posted something on the list, on the process to be used with the list, that there was a memo that's on the website. So the website should state what the law requires. The law requires the use of the list. The law and the rule or the decision that the board reach means if you have a felony conviction, you cannot, you also cannot serve. And then there could be a part that says, you know, the law does not require disclosure of blah, 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 blah. If we think that this is excessive, and certainly to ask for, I mean, from my old civil rights employment discrimination days, when you start imposing requirements on people about parking tickets and all of that, this is the kind of thing that can really be used selectively to exclude classes of people, whether they be members of a minority group or a political party, who knows, you know, when you give that kind of authority to somebody to exclude on the like, you can end up with a process that's really not fair any longer.
Well, Judge Freilich is raising a somewhat different point, I think, and that's that the statute has some requirements you have to fulfill, including being an elector in that district, and maybe there's something about a felony conviction. But then it talks about appointment from these lists, and it's a long, complicated statute, but if your name is put forward on the list, does a municipality have discretion to not take someone off the list because they call the attorney in the divorce case that you've authorized them to talk to by signing this, and they talk to the attorney for your spouse who says bad things about you? Do they have the discretion to not choose you then? And if they don't, then why should they be?
The law says that they exhaust the list until there are, you know, until the positions are filled.
But they can.
And, go ahead.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Do they have discretion to choose?
Right, the governing body can, I think.
Asking the question.
The law says that they exhaust the list until there are, you know, until the positions are filled.
But they can.
And, go ahead.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Do they have discretion to choose?
Right, the governing body can, I think it's called non-appoint. they can decline to appoint somebody, but for good cause. There has to be good cause, and so, and Kevin mentioned earlier, part of the board's.
We get to review that.
Right, part of the board's delegation to Kevin is to review those decisions.
How many of those did you get, Kevin?
None. It's very unusual that we would get that, because it means that, I mean, clerks have a hard time getting rid of poll workers, even when they are less than competent, even when they are difficult to work with. They'll put up with it just because either they don't want to offend that person, because there's someone in the municipality. Am I hitting the cylinders right here? Yeah. And so we've never, I think we had one that I can recall back under the old elections board, and it was one of those personality fights. But I mean,
We had an instance of something like this at one of our meetings, right? Wasn't there a problem in Milwaukee?
that was
An observer?
That was an
Oh.
observer issue, but again, it's very unusual that's going to happen, because usually, again, we try to get them to work it out. You know, if the party nominates someone and that person is difficult to deal with, and none of the people want to work with that person, and I've had clerks say, if I have to take this poll worker, the rest of my poll workers are going to quit. We try to get them to work that out between the parties and say, really don't nominate this person because it's just going to make things bad at the polling place. And so we try to have them work those kind of things out down there rather than bring them up to
So
us.
the clerk has discretion under some big good cause thing, which could be pretty subjective, but to pass on the list and go to the next name, they have to take someone from the list, but they have the discretion to reject someone who either has been difficult in the past or because of the background check might be suspected of being a difficult person.
Or
I think both of those would be hard. I think they'd have to point to the fact that you've nominated a person who made it impossible for us to work with last time. That's why I'm passing on.
But I think one of the concerns about the parking tickets and all of this is we don't want to suggest or sign on to the notion that it's legitimate to ignore the list because somebody got a parking ticket or.
No.
And I think during the discussion, I think some of what we could provide as guidance has crystallized a bit. I mean, from starting with the general proposition to advise that they ensure that they're complying with the employment laws, and that they are not to require excessive information that's not related to the job. We could specifically with Green Bay and any others reach out to them and talk about some of these specifics about traffic violations and ordinances, and that the board does not think that that's appropriate. I don't, to be honest, besides Green Bay and Wausau, I'm not sure where else there's been a concern about it, but I think this, feedback has been helpful for us.
I mean, we've already said in our memo, you have to take from the list. You have, I think we've said that several times in here, and that's usually our biggest challenge.
And I
Is
believe it's only the first choice nominees that they can bring. Isn't it the first choice nominees
No,
that you
well,
can
indulge me.
authorize an appointment?
Indulge me. If the party gives a list of 5 people for 3 slots, they can designate 1, 2, or 3 of those as their first choice nominee, and the clerk has no choice. They have to take the first choice nominee. If they don't designate any of those 5 as a first choice, the clerk can pick and choose among those 5. But it does give the party a certain level of control to say, we want this person, and sometimes, there's 2 people they want and they've got 7 slots to fill, and they give them 10 names. Those 2 names better be on that if they're first choice nominees. And we only review it if they turn down someone who is a first choice nominee, and the parties have pretty much are keeping, I shouldn't speculate, but my sense is they give the names they want and they designate them as first choice nominees. So.
And I think the concern is not only, saying pick from the list is fine, but the concern I've heard is the list might be artificially winnowed down because people might be discouraged from completing an application like this, and so we would want to make sure that there's a broadest possible pool.
There's no action required.
Only if the board wants to give us more direction
we said we would follow.
Okay.
Okay?
We'll go back then to item I, page 40.
So we have a couple of presenters for this agenda item. Allison Coakley, our training coordinator, and Megan McCord-Wolf, who's our our voter outreach election specialist, and they're going to give a brief presentation on what we are doing for training heading into the 2016 election cycle, as well as voter outreach specifically regarding photo ID.
Good afternoon. I'm never sure if it's worse to go give a presentation right before lunch or after lunch. So thank you for having us.
It's worse after.
Yeah.
We always try to get the morning slots whenever we do clerk training sessions as well. So I'm not sure what page. Sorry.
40.
Page 40.
I understand the clerk from Green Bay is on the phone.
Oh, boy.
Do we want to talk to her? No, okay. That's fine.
I'm saying no, but it's the
Yeah.
board chair.
Yeah,
I think we should move on.
okay. Well, someone from the staff will call her back after.
Call her
the
back
meeting.
and see what the concern is.
Yeah.
Right.
Lay down the law.
So our training plan in preparation for the 2016 elections has several components. One, we provide statutorily required training covering the fundamentals of election administration and the initial certification of new clerks and new chief inspectors through the Municipal Clerk Corps and baseline chief inspector training classes. We provide these training classes using two methods. One is certified clerk trainers who are composed of qualified and experienced county and municipal clerks. They attend a day-long training session conducted by GAB staff, and that authorizes them to go and deliver either baseline chief inspector training and/or municipal clerk corps training at a local level. Based on the positive responses we've received from local election officials who've attended training delivered by one of our clerk trainer graduates, they say the training that clerk trainers provide has helped reduce travel and associated costs, increase participation, and help deliver training in a more efficient and cost-effective manner. We just had a clerk trainer session last Thursday. We have several clerk trainers behind me. We graduated 5 county and municipal clerks. They're very experienced clerks, and they're very eager to conduct training locally for their county. In some cases, the clerk trainer has arranged where they will go to other counties that may be underserved by clerk trainers and conduct training classes for clerks and chief inspectors. The other method we use is conducting live webinars by GAB staff. We have a live webinar for both baseline and municipal clerk corps training before each election. So if a clerk or a chief inspector doesn't have an in-person class that they can travel to, they can always depend on a live webinar that can be taken on their computer. And the feedback we've received in this regard is they really love the live webinars, especially in the dead of winter, and they don't have to travel an hour or two to go to an in-person training class. We also provide additional review of particular election administration topics through the use of online webinars. They're initially conducted live, and then we post them on our website with the related materials for clerks and their election inspectors to use on demand for no charge. And the training schedule was included, the webinar training series for 15-16 was included in your packet. We kicked off the 15-16 webinar series with new clerk orientation and introduced new clerks to the GAB, outlined training requirements and resources, and provided information on appointing election inspectors for 16-17, and provided some nomination paper review tips. We feel this structure allows us to explore a topic in more depth and maximize the amount of time election officials have to devote to training. For example, the November 4th, 2015 Proof of Residence and Proof of Identification webinar and the January 6th, 2016 Photo ID Law Implementation webinar are designed to provide election officials with a thorough review of the new law and a place to ask and share any questions they may have. So the webinar series we've received a very positive response from clerks and election inspectors. We put a lot of time into determining what topics to present and developing the materials and asking questions that we post in the form of FAQs. And clerks have indicated they use them a lot for training their election inspectors during training periods. Board staff also attends a variety of clerk conferences and district meetings throughout the year to give presentations on timely topics such as the photo ID law, legislative changes, and SVRS WISC vote status reports. Conference and meeting attendance can range from 50 for a small WMCA district meeting to over 300 for, say, Wisconsin Towns Association Fall Conference. From September through November of this year, board staff is scheduled to attend 7 conferences with a total of attendance of over 900 county and municipal clerks. And finally, one of our best and time-tested training tools are our general use manuals. The Election Day Manual that focuses on Election Day duties for chief inspectors, and our Election Administration Manual that is covering clerk duties before, during, and after elections. The manuals have been extensively updated to reflect the photo ID law, and we anticipate making changes as legislative changes dictate this fall. It's always being changed, it's always being updated. It's in a constant state of flux, so we keep up with those as best we possibly can.
So, training, election training obviously is one of our bread and butter projects that we were doing constantly, and I can recall that we had come back to the board recently to sort of give the board a flavor of how much work is involved in that. It's Allison, but also many other members of our staff who are preparing materials, and we usually will send 2 to 4 or 5 staff to each of these events to present. So it's definitely a team project, and wanted to let the board know what kind of shape we were in going into the 2016 election cycle. That has now sort of bled over into the photo ID, more specific area that Megan is our point person on, so we wanted her to capture some of that activity.
Sure, thanks. So I'm just going to real quickly go over what we're currently doing to educate voters on the photo ID law and what we're planning on doing going forward in 2016. So far, our photo ID strategy has really focused on educating and training people who work closely with voters. Clerks are our main resource for educating voters as they have the direct contact with the voters in their municipalities. Because we have developed materials and resources that clerks can use to educate their voters, we've put together a voter outreach kit that was sent to all municipal and county clerks earlier this year. Among the resources are informational packets, brochures, posters, PowerPoints, news release templates, videos, video presentations, and much more. With these resources, clerks could do a number of things. One option is they could hold their own photo ID events by using our PowerPoint and our informational packet, or if they preferred, they could show one of our pre-recorded presentations at the event. Another option is a clerk may choose to do something like a municipality-wide mailing using our materials, or they may choose to place some type of an awareness piece in their local publications utilizing our templates. In addition to these resources, we will continue to develop materials in the coming year as we collect feedback from the clerks. For example, we've received a number of requests from clerks to develop a postcard-sized mailing that they can include in their tax bills and other municipal mailings. In addition to reaching out to clerks, we've also begun our voter outreach efforts to community and voter groups. We're available to talk to voting groups to train their representatives. This is with the idea that those representatives will then train their volunteers, and the volunteers will then be talking directly to the voters. In a sense, we're conducting a train-the-trainer type of event. Because we do not have the ability to reach all of Wisconsin's voters ourselves, we feel it's the best use of our resources to train representatives from voter groups who then conduct their own outreach efforts utilizing our resources. Many of the events that we have already held included participants from as many as 20 different community organizations who then bring what they learned back to their organization, and then the volunteers again reach out to possibly hundreds of voters each. While we will continue our outreach efforts to clerks and voters in the upcoming year, and later this year we do plan on sending another communication to all of the clerks. We'll also be sending a letter to community groups. We'll be sending one to legislators. We'll also be sending one to colleges and universities, letting them know about our resources and telling them how they can use them to help educate their voters. So that's sort of what we're doing now and what we plan. If there's any questions.
Are you going to develop a postcard?
Absolutely, yeah. I think we'd like to include some kind of smaller mailing that just gives a broad overview of the photo ID law that they can use then in any capacity they wish. So.
And would that be to go out like with real estate tax bills or?
Sure, it could be, yeah, if that's what they choose. I know some municipalities have said they want to just do a photo ID specific mailing. Others have said they're going to include it in their tax bills, maybe utility bills. So we'd like to develop something they could use in any variety of ways.
And how have you identified community groups for the outreach component of your effort?
Right. So the first part of probably this communication we'll be doing later this year is probably to send out a letter to the clerks and to the legislators asking them to identify groups in their areas. So saying, we're trying to reach out to voter groups, help us compile a list. And back in 2012, we had pretty good luck with those people responding, and we were able to develop a list of community groups all around the state that then we could reach out to point them to our resources.
Do you, you want to mention what we're doing, attempting to do with the libraries, and also the recorded PowerPoint, I think is important.
Yeah, so we've also been, we're still working it out. We haven't developed a formalized plan yet, but we're going to hopefully be working with the libraries across the state to also distribute materials. I know when I'm out on the road giving presentations, I always drop off a few packets on the photo ID law and voting to libraries wherever I go so that they can have it in their reference section. So we're hoping we can do that statewide so that if voters come into the library to maybe use the free internet, they would be able to ask the reference librarian about voting and they would find our information. So that's hopefully something we'll have in the works going forward. And another tool that we have is we do have a pre-recorded version of the presentation that I go out and give. This way, if we're unable to get to all the events that people may be holding around the state, they can use that pre-recorded presentation to hold events of their own so that we don't have to actually physically attend each one.
Do we have the money to prepare pamphlets or postcards or anything that could be put out in libraries or?
You want to talk about our printing?
Sure. So we did have some materials printed. There's a whole cubicle full of some of our informational packets. We also have brochures. We have what's called palm cards, which are sort of a postcard-sized mailing that direct people to the bringit.wisconsin.gov website where they can find out more about photo ID. So we do have some resources, and we do need to develop a bit of a distribution plan. We tried to get those printed at the end of the last fiscal year with some remaining money we had. So we do have some materials available, and we just need to figure out what the best plan is and the best utilization of those resources is.
We don't have enough funds to do just a massive printing of all the resources. Megan mentioned the Bring It to the Ballot website, which is all photo ID information, and we advise informed groups to go to that website. We encourage clerks to go to the website because there are a lot of materials that they can download and print themselves if they would like to distribute them in their community, put them in mailings. If civic organizations want to go there, they can print out materials. There are the TV and radio public service announcements that are there for download. And so that website's helpful not only in educating voters, but also really in training clerks too. They can look at that information, helps them to sort of internalize what the photo ID law is all about because it teaches them how to talk to the voters about the photo ID law.
What about a poster? I'm trying to think of low-cost things. A poster that could be posted in courthouses and in libraries. If, with the download information?
Right. We do have a couple hundred posters, and from my understanding, there are about 400 libraries around the state. So that's definitely a possibility and something we'll work with them on to see if we can at least get 1 or 2 posters in each library. And then again, we have a really nice brochure pamphlet that was developed by our ad agency that goes through all the acceptable photo IDs, how to get a free ID if you don't have one, and then points people to bring it. So hopefully we'll find we'll be able to utilize the resources that we already have printed to get them in the libraries at the very least.
And some of those documents, posters, brochures, they are available for download, first of all, but some of them are in Spanish as well as English. But one other quick item is just that Megan has sort of a list of events that she's been attending on page 42. She returned to her alma mater last Thursday to UW Whitewater, or to Whitewater at least, and the League of Women Voters there sponsored an event as well as a high school class that had an interesting project. But universally, when Megan does these presentations, we encourage some local media, and the articles are just really encouraging and positive about the job that Megan does in explaining this in a way that voters can understand it. So it's really been helpful, and she's getting to tour the state a little bit.
Well, Reed, didn't you send out to all the board members a copy of the Whitewater article on Megan's presentation?
I believe so.
It went out on Saturday. Yeah. So you should go back and look at it, because it not only compliments her, but it gives you a really good picture of how she handled the whole presentation from start to end. Made us all look good.
We should also comment on that we get positive comments on the webinars all the time when we have clerks come here and make presentations to us and other members of the, that during the public comment.
It always, when I think back, when we used to use Wistline programming, and we had to, they charged, the university charged clerks $20-some for a program. And now we're able to do it in a more timely manner, because with Wistlines, we had to have our materials to them weeks ahead of time, and at no charge. The only charge is if they want us to download a disc of all the webinars, we charge $5 for mailing, and that's it.
And Allison really focused here on we call the EA, election administration side, not really any of the training on SVRS that we have going on or that we planned, but with WisVote coming up. This is really a summary on the process of conducting an election, not on the SVRS side.
Okay. There's no action required. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll next go on to item K, request for waivers of statement of economic interest requirement. Page 53.
And I was trying to be very brief. At last month's meeting, John Horning was one of the people who had requested a waiver of reporting his customers and clients on a statement of economic interest. Because he works at WIDA and is involved with real estate and title insurance, the board had questions about how he was going to avoid conflicts of interest. They sent us to gather more information. Jonathan spoke to staff counsel at WIDA, and the staff counsel said that WIDA would actually prefer full disclosure as well. And when Mr. Horning was informed of this, he waived his waiver request and provided a full list to us. So no action should be required.
So, just an update for the
Takes care of K. We go to L on page 54.
I can be brief as well. This is, as Judge Nicol indicated, page 54. This is the update on the administrative rules that we are continuously working on. The only updates here are related to the technical college IDs, both the emergency rule and the permanent rule. 60-day extension for the emergency rule allowing tech colleges to be used for acceptable form of voter ID was extended on October 8th for an additional 60 days, like I said, so an expiration date of December 7th. Basically to make sure there's no real gaps in the applicability of that rule. So that extension was granted by JCRAR with some work with our attorneys at DOJ, and then working with the committee as well to get that extension granted. On the permanent side, permanent rule, the proposed permanent rule has been referred now to the Assembly Committee on Elections. That's Representative Bernier's committee. That was done this week, so that is now in their lap for potential action on that rule, and hopefully they continue to move that rule forward. We'll continue to ask for updates from them if we don't hear from them. Additionally, it is likely that we'll need another extension of 60 days for the emergency rule, just to make sure that there's no additional gap. So we'll have that on our calendar, make sure that request gets in a timely manner. And then finally, the attachment to the memo continues to provide an update on where we are in each of the individual rules. Just received another update from our legal intern, just as we're sitting here, on some of the scope statements that he's helping us draft and kind of review. Former staff counsel Matt Giesfeld had done a bunch of work on many of them. He has kind of picked that up a little bit in his absence and assisting me in keeping some of those scope statements moving. So we anticipate submitting a couple more scope statements to the governor within the next couple weeks. And other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
What does staff has commenced drafting mean?
It basically means that the board had authorized us to do that, and it's basically either in a draft form that staff hasn't reviewed yet, that management hasn't reviewed yet. Basically, it's in the researching type process, or I'm talking to staff, and it's not quite done yet, but it's in progress.
It's being worked on.
It's been worked on, absolutely.
Just been ordered and put
No,
on the execs.
no, it's definitely been worked on.
Wasn't there a decision by Milwaukee court, Milwaukee federal court, that addressed the ID of technical colleges?
Yeah, and we can actually talk a little bit about that in our litigation update. We have our attorneys from DOJ they're working on that case for us. We can talk about that a little bit in closed session, but there was a ruling on, Judge Edelman did rule basically denying, I don't want to take Clay's thunder, who is here, our attorney at DOJ, but basically denied the plaintiff's motion. They're looking for a bunch of different relief, some of it related to voter ID law. Judge Edelman this week, just I think yesterday or the day before, did rule on those motions, basically denying plaintiff's relief. Yep, absolutely.
Although I don't know why that should be in closed session. I mean, it's really with an ID law that.
I mean, it's litigation related. I mean, we are parties. That's why we can talk about the public aspects of it if you like, more of the details and some of our theories and what was actually being challenged. And we could talk in open, or we can talk in closed. I think
He's going to be here to give us updates on 3 cases. That's one of them. So
Okay.
Yep.
No actions required.
No action required. Just an update for you.
Okay, thank you. The legislative status report, item number M.
As you know, Brian Bell has been the person who's normally done these reports, and since Brian left us last Friday, we have asked Kyle Kunder from the Ethics and Accountability Division and David Berger from the Elections Division to sort of oversee these things, and their role really is, you've got specific questions about pending legislation or to highlight anything that was acted on that we didn't already talk about today.
That's an awful long list. I hope we don't go
No,
through every one of them.
No, really, we give you the list because we know sometimes there's a particular bill you want to know more about, and we want to make sure the staff resources are available for you to pick their brains.
Oh, I just hope this is not taking any time away from the electronic poll books.
Brian Bell did all the hard, heavy lifting. on
Yeah,
this.
electronic poll books.
Just said the alphabet.
All right, well, I'm Kyle Kuhn, new, and I hope I can fill, me and David, that is, can fill Brian's shoes for you, but
Between the two of us.
I'll be doing most of the talking today since David has a little voice issue, but I'll run through these pretty quickly. I do want to make a couple notes for you guys, but otherwise I will just run through them fairly quickly. I guess we'll start off, we're on page 60 now, for those who aren't already there. So our first piece of new legislation here is AJR 67 and SJR 56. That's just relating to a resolution to have a national constitutional convention regarding Citizens United, the FEC. Other than saying that it's just a resolution that other states have sort of looked at too, there's not really a whole lot to say. This is something going around several other states. But other than it being a resolution sponsored by the minority, there's not a whole lot else to say on that. The next one is Assembly Bill 342. Again, this is a minority-sponsored bill. And again, this requires elected state officials who are considered running for or pursuing nomination to national office to sort of itemize expenses to us. They would report those expenses to us at the GAB or the commission if that bill goes through. And it would also require those officials to reimburse the state for any state funds used for those federal runs for offices. So going a little further and on Assembly Bill 379 now, and this is also the companion Senate Bill 281. This was the minority-sponsored bill regarding electronic registration, and this requires some sharing of data between the DOT and the GAB. As you see there, this was sort of the intent of the bill was for the Government Accountability Board to use all feasible means to facilitate registration of eligible electors. Some of this information was or has been carried over into the majority-sponsored bill, as we'll get to in a second here. David, anything else on that?
No.
All right. So jumping forward again.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the speaker at all.
Okay. Sorry, I'll speak up. Is that better?
That's better.
All right. I'll speak up going forward.
Kyle, I think this is the phone, so
Oh,
we
okay.
have to roll.
So Assembly Bill 343 and Senate Bill 258. This is another minority-sponsored bill, and this is just the non-compliant Real ID product issued by DOT. This removes some citizenship identification information. It's really just, if you have a non-compliant Real ID, you will not be able to use that for voting purposes, and it changes some of the renewal requirements. So if you have one of these non-compliant Real IDs, you're able to use those for just driving purposes, but not voting purposes. They also must be renewed 2 years versus 8 years, which are the normal Real ID compliance IDs. Okay, Assembly Bill 382, I actually skipped over one. This is actually one I want to spend a little more time on. Assembly Bill 382 requires an office of Inspector General to be created within several agencies, including the GAB. Essentially what this says is that certain agencies, including the GAB, must provide space for and resources for an Inspector General. They must have access to all records. They can review for waste on their own sort of regard. They can receive or be petitioned to review allegations of waste. Did anyone have any questions on what this bill potentially would do? This is a majority-sponsored bill. We haven't seen any movement on it yet, but I'm sure it is likely to get some. No?
I don't understand, the GAB is being disbanded.
Well, this is a separate bill from that was introduced beforehand.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is probably DOA?
It's more than just our agency as
Pardon me?
well.
As far as we are concerned.
It's more than just our agency. Several
Oh, I
agencies
see.
are
Okay.
getting it, but essentially we'd have a full-time in-house auditor, as I understand it, within our agency. That's what I'll call them, but they call them inspectors general.
It's very similar to the federal system.
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, as far as I know, it's just in committee, and I haven't seen any other action since it was introduced.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, since I skipped ahead, we already did AB 343 and Senate Bill 258. Now we get into our large bills, AB 387 and 388 we've already covered in the previous session. John did tell you in 387 that Assembly Amendment 1 was passed on a 6-3 vote in Assembly, and he gave you the sort of information that was Representative Voss' amendment, I believe. And so that passed committee. As far as Assembly Bill 388, that was dealt with the same day, and Assembly Amendment 1 was also passed with some additions there. In addition, just this morning, I believe, Assembly Amendment 4 by Representative Knudsen was introduced, which added a couple items that Kevin went over about appropriations of certain items there. So if you need me to expand on that, I can try my best, but otherwise I will rely on Kevin for anything there.
I think we covered it this morning.
Okay. And then Assembly Bill 389 is the majority's version of the electronic voter registration, and
Yeah.
David.
Sure, we've talked a little bit about this one already. It's got the online voter registration parts of it. So again, this is the majority version of the bill. Just to talk about some of the things that maybe haven't been highlighted as much, this does abolish special registration deputies, but does reform election day special registration deputies under a new title called election registration officials. There was some feedback at the hearing last week that would be problematic for many voter advocacy groups because online voter registration will not be in effect this fall, but potentially the bill, the way it's currently drafted, didn't have an effective date far enough in the future so that the SRDs would drop out at the same time that online voter registration comes in. So I think there may be a possibility of some tweaks yet to the draft about the timing of that particular change. There is also some other provisions in here, such as the GAB providing a test for clerks to use in testing chief inspectors, although that test would not be determinative of whether or not they could sign. Electronic poll list we talked about. Voting systems, it allows the board to go outside of the Federal Election Assistance Commission certifications for voting equipment, which we have done, but only in the limited case of telecommunications devices, if you recall, for a previously approved system. The bill also provides for a new form of proof of residency for voters residing in residential care facilities, where they could provide a contract or intake document as a proof of residence. That was a requested change from many people who have worked with those voters. They tend to not have more traditional forms of proof of residence. And it also standardizes the absentee ballot return to election day, which if you're not familiar, currently we've got an extra 3 days after the election for the return of absentee ballots that were voted on election day and postmarked on election day, but they don't actually have to be physically received until the Friday following, 4 p.m. on the Friday following. So that this bill would bring that up to election day, so that clerks do not have to wait for outstanding absentee ballots. And then the last thing in this bill is that it would provide that the witness address that is currently on the certificate envelope would now be a required field. So if a witness did not provide an address, the absentee ballot would be rejected. Oh, I didn't mention Eric, I'm sorry. Yeah, so this is also the bill that would require the GAB to participate in the Electronic Registration Information Center program. So both signing up with that consortium as well as abiding by its privacy agreements.
Okay.
Unless board members have particular questions about other legislation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
this campaign finance update?
Actually, no, you have your per diem payments and then.
Oh, you got per diem.
And then if the board wants any explanation on the director's report, otherwise we're ready to go to closed session. So the question is, do you want to authorize any particular per diem payment besides today's payment, which is automatically set?
Mr. Volkey is usually the mover on that issue.
Yeah.
What has he got to say?
Is he there?
Jim, you
How
there?
about a half day for preparation?
I'm here. I don't have a recommendation.
I'll second.
I'll move we authorize a half day per diem for preparation.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion passes.
So then board members have pages 80 to 92, the summary of the division reports and the Office of General Counsel, Director and General Counsel report. If there are any particular questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
I have no questions. I just assume we get ready to go on closed session. No questions.
Okay. Doesn't appear there are any questions from the present four members either, so
How about a motion to go into closed session then?
we need a motion to go into closed session.
Volkey will make the motion. Second.
Second by Judge Barlam. We need a roll call, don't we?
No,
No?
just the inventory.
All those in favor of going to closed session, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Do we need a roll call vote?
No. So we'll go into closed session.
Give us about 5 minutes to kick Wisconsin Eye out, and these clerks that just don't want to leave.
We like these minutes.
Thank them for coming.
I will call you back in about 5 minutes.
Okay. Clay, you can come up and just get settled if you'd like.
Good to see you.
Doing Clay.
Oh, hi. Clay Coxon.
Sorry, I'll get here quick.
That's okay.
It's been a while.
Well,
Yeah, I think I've been on
time.
yeah, in person for quite a while.
Won't take more than 5 minutes. No, I'm talking about
I've been texting someone
Wisconsin.
to know where I am.
Extreme.
Forget something, Kyle?
Nope.
It takes a while to kick Wisconsin Eye out.